batting third. Third baseman, number 9, Avery Gray.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Avitas Group Stadium. Travis Himmelsbach, Luke Wexfall along with you. MSU Yellow Jackets set to host the Western Oregon Wolves as they close out the home slate of their regular season schedule. Jackets with a convincing 17-1 win over these Wolves back on Wednesday. And the margin for error for these Yellow Jackets is basically non-existent, needing to pretty much win out to make the GNAC tournament.
Yeah, it feels like there's always a lot of pressure whenever you're facing a situation where you have to win every game, but obviously coming off a 16-run win is going to be encouraging, and you're just looking to repeat those same things. And 16-run wins, you know, they're hard to come by. Obviously, the other team takes that and comes back and puts their best foot forward the next time out, and so they're not looking to allow that sort of a disrespect to happen again. So you know it's going to be a much tougher task, but you're just going out there trying to execute, do the same things you do in practice every single day. You're not going out there trying to win by 16 runs again, but just trying to go out there, put your best foot forward, and win again. And if you have your day, then maybe it happens again, but you have obviously have to be ready for any kind of adversity as well, and be ready just as much to win a one-run game as a 16-run game.
Absolutely. Caitlin James, the senior pitcher, is going to get the start in the circle this afternoon for the Yellow Jackets, making appearance number 24, her 18th start. Over that span, she's got 3 wins in 15 decisions.
Yeah, last time out for James facing Western Washington, it was 4 1/3 innings pitched. That was an 8-hit, 6-run, 5 earned runs. So looking to bounce back from that. Obviously, you're facing a really tough Western Washington school, but overall, pretty solid season. You know, you're looking at more strikeouts this season than walks, which is obviously a positive, and you're looking for a big boost. Obviously, a 1-run performance from your pitching last time out. You're looking for something similar. You're hoping your offense can give you that same kind of run support to allow you to just get settled in and get comfortable. So all that she should be focused on right now is just going out there and putting up that first 0, trying to get some run support, and then cruising with that. So we'll see what happens here in the first inning, but just going out there and trying to put up that first 0 and not focus on the full game before it even gets started here.
Elsewhere in the field for the Jackets, Kalen Galvin's going to be behind the dish. On first base, it's Jazzy Kalahuavehi. Second base is Lauren Blaschak. Third base is Avery Gray. At shortstop, Kennedy Dipwick. The left fielder is Bryn Lucht. Center fielders Marley Nieto, and in right field, it's Winter Hurst. Grace Hood has a designated player duties this afternoon. And set to see potentially a couple of records fall this afternoon, Luke.
Yeah, so definitely some records on the line. We could talk a little bit more about it, too, once we get to the offensive side of things, because that's where the majority of the records are. But you're talking about Bryn Lucht with the currently holding the top slugging percentage in a season in program history, 2 away from the home run record in a season. Winterhurst tied for the triples record in program history, and then plenty of other top 10s out there. You talk about Marley Nieto with the average up there in the top 10, and a bunch of other numbers that we'll talk about as this game and the next game go on. But lots of historical things that could happen today, but a win is obviously the most important goal right now.
Back on Wednesday, the Jackets did nearly everything right. As Luke touched on, 16-run win, a 17-1 final. Fantastic outing from the pitching staff in that one. Emily Waters worked 4 complete innings, just 53 pitches thrown, 1 earned run over that span. And we are just about set to go. Likely going to see her pitch game 2. And in a leadoff spot for Western Oregon this afternoon, Victoria Zimmerman.
Zimmerman Jr. from Ellensburg, interesting, makes the move to Western Oregon despite being from the same city as Central Washington. But she's had a very successful career this season, leading off, hitting over 300, over 10 stolen bases, great speed, someone you're trying to keep off the base paths early on in the game.
And first pitch, Zimmerman up for ball 1.
Zimmerman coming off an extremely successful 2024, has been a little bit cold recently, but still extremely dangerous leadoff hitter.
Got on base a couple of times on Wednesday via the walk. She was hit by a pitch as well. Only run scorer for Western Oregon back on Wednesday. Came in the first inning. 1-0 hits the zone for strike 1. Rare righty versus lefty matchup this afternoon. Just 3 lefty hitters combined throughout these 2 lineups. That one bounced to second. Throw to first in time. 1 away for the Jackets.
Yeah, and a really good first out. Obviously, momentum can be something so dangerous. You keep that first runner off, and you just keep things in control. You talk about stolen bases. You're talking about getting runners in motion, keeping traffic off the base paths. Much less stressful.
Absolutely. Next up, it'll be Aaliyah Gaborialt. First pitch, down low. That'll be ball 1 on the season. She's hitting .287. And if there's 2 you want to keep off the bases, it's Zimmerman and Gaborialt. Between the 2 of them, 20 stolen bases and 23 combined attempts. Second pitch, missing outside for ball 2.
.287 hitter this season. Couple of doubles, but not huge power.
And that one, James, hot hand at the mound. Quick reaction, makes the catch. Little L1 there for Gaborialt.
Yeah, and I mean, if you weren't awake and ready to go already, then you certainly are now. That'll get your eyes open. And now 2 down is a really good start, and keeping the defense involved here early. Everybody on their toes.
And working out of the 3 spot this afternoon is Kate Ronning. Also, .287 on the season. She's making start number 39. Again, first 2 pitches outside. 2-0 count here to Ronning.
Couple of home runs, almost 750 OPS. One of their better power hitters this season.
And that's on the outside edge for strike 1.
Ronning, a GNAC first team member last season. Well over 300 average, 311. But the OPS has risen this season.
Up and out there for ball 3.
And sometimes you'll see the average go down a little bit in sacrifice of some extra power, just a difference of approach from season to season.
And that's on the edge. Strike 2. Back to a full count here for James.
A good sign early, not willing to surrender the walk, continuing to attack, even in a 3-1 count.
And the payoff swing, and that one popped up. Maybe going to get foul. And no catch to be made over there in foul grounds.
Yeah, I didn't see it over there, but I think there might have been some potential contact with the fence that might have played a role in that attempted catch over there. Still a good effort coming all the way over from second base. But sometimes you can only do so much.
So back in the box for Ronning. Payoff pitch coming again. That one's down low. Ball 4. So Ronning the first aboard for the Wolves here this afternoon. 2 gone. And next up, it'll be Matty Doig.
Matty Doig.
Running 3 for 4 so far this season on stolen bases. Someone to watch, but certainly not the biggest threat on the team.
First pitch to Doig on the outside edge for strike 1.
3 extra base hits, one of every variety so far this season for Doig.
And that one bounced to short, taking the force at second base in time, out number 3. So nothing across for Western Oregon here in the top of the first. Just one on base via the walk. And we'll send it over to the bottom of the first. Leadoff spot. Familiar face, Marley Nieto in the leadoff spot for the Yellow Jackets. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium, bottom of the first, just around the corner. In the circle this afternoon for Western Oregon, it's going to be Jessica Morgan, making start number 5 of the season. Overall, her 16th appearance. All 3 decisions have been losses this season.
Last time out for her, no earned runs, which was the 4th time this season that she has accomplished that feat. And in that outing against MSU, it was 1 1/3 innings, no hits, no runs, a walk, 3 strikeouts on 24 pitches.
First up for MSU, the center fielder, number 12, Marley Nieto.
And Marley Nieto in the leadoff spot this afternoon on the season, hitting .402.
Yeah, that .402 average currently tied for 9th all-time in a season.
First pitch,
man.
up and in.
Right off the head.
They wear helmets for a reason. Got its use there.
Yeah, that's certainly one way to get things started. You'll take a base runner. I mean, you're not as little couple of shoulder circles over there. Not sure if there was maybe a mix of damage to both parts of the body there. It looked like it was directly off the helmet, but
Looked like that was
I guess
the
it
case.
was off the shoulder.
First pitch to Kalen Galvin, up and out, ball 1.
Had that same ricochet effect, so that was what was so deceiving about it. But it was off the shoulder, which is ultimately good news. I mean, you obviously have that helmet for a reason, but it's definitely better to wear it off of pretty much anywhere else.
Definitely don't want to see one take it to the head too often. Galen Galvin hitting 289 on the year. Little ricochet before it hits you in the head. Slow it down a little bit. Of course, bad news for the shoulder maybe, but she's all right. She's on first base. Doesn't look to be any harm done. That one's outside. Ball three rather.
Galvin going into her last game, that 17-1 win, was riding an 0 for 18 streak, so it was obviously a big-time sort of breakout game for her, going 2 for 3 with a double, 6 RBIs, walking as well, coming off of a 0 for 18 streak where she struck out 5 times. Her batting average had dropped from 329 to 277, but bouncing back in that game, it was just a tough couple of series against St. Martin's and against Western Washington, but really got back to the form that she's been in pretty much all season. It was just one rough stretch, and as we've seen so many times with so many players, you see just one rough stretch here or there in the middle of a season can really throw water on what has been a really good season. And so it's good to see her in this last final stretch here sort of get back to where she was and a chance to carry that back over into today.
Absolutely. She did take one out of the yard on Wednesday as well. Part of back-to-back homers between her and Bryn Lucht. That's outside. Ball 4. Nieto had the steal going. Walk's going to make that an easy one.
Yeah, and this is obviously the start you want, because now obviously who you have coming to the plate in Bryn Lucht, you're talking about someone that we sort of talked about at the beginning of this program. You talk about the slugging percentage, the home runs, the RBIs, 7 RBIs, ties a program record in her last game out, and already an opportunity right here to do even more damage. It doesn't get served on much more of a silver platter than right now. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect. Set the table, and this is where you get to deliver.
Good spot to be in right here. Runners on first and second. None gone rather. And now back even at a 1-1 count. Morgan a little trouble getting over the plate here early in this one. Of course, hit Nieto on the first pitch. Galvin reaching base via the walk. That's outside for ball 2.
Lucht also just 3 RBIs shy of cracking into the top 10.
Up and out there for ball 3.
Or to get there, she would just need 3 more to get to 40, which would put her in a 3-way tie for 10th place in RBIs in program history. So just a historic season all around.
Absolutely. You hit on the slugging percentage earlier as well. That's out for ball 4. 853 on the season, and then when you combine that with the on-base percentage, the OPS is sitting right around 1.2, which is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, you said it right there, and right there, I mean, you're only helping out your on-base, you're only helping out your OPS with that walk and just showing that you can be patient, especially when a pitcher is probably not looking to challenge you.
And the next up is Jazzy Kalahuavehi. The senior, working out of the 4 spot, faced 4 different pitchers back on Wednesday.
There's a chance for your cleanup hitter to really break out right here. Talking about Kalahuavehi, had that program record 5 hits back on March 22nd. Since then, 2 for 24. So really just trying to find that swing again, and right here is the perfect opportunity to break out of that.
And up and out there for ball 2.
Good sign of her patience in that first game against Western Oregon. Drew her first walk since March 15th. So the approach starting to get back there, and now you're just looking for that big breakthrough.
That's up and out now, ball 3.
But of course, in a 3-1 count, the way that so far in this inning, Morgan has really struggled to find the strike zone. You want to be aggressive. You want to take advantage of a 3-1 pitch, but if you're going to get walked, let that happen, obviously.
That's up and out, ball 4. Easy one to lay off there. And that's going to push Marley Nieto all the way around to score. Not a hit for the Jackets yet, but one across the plate. Base is packed.
Yeah, you said it. And I mean, momentum is such a funny thing. I mean, you talk about it. Sometimes, I mean, there are still people out there that aren't fans of home runs because they believe that it can kill momentum, do things, this, that, the other. But, I mean, there is some truth to the fact that you get the bases loaded, you just keep moving the line, you keep passing the baton. The next hitter comes up, they see those runners out there on base. That momentum really can be infectious. And so just another bases loaded opportunity here, still with no outs for Blazchak. And I mean, what an opportunity to really break out here in the first inning. I mean, talked about earlier when Caitlin James was taking the mound, just put that 0 up, let your offense go to work after scoring 17 runs in game 1, and already an opportunity here. You don't even have a hit yet. You haven't even helped yourself out yet as an offense, and yet you're still providing for your starting pitcher. All of a sudden, you sit there, you're ready to go. You do get that one pitch, and you can really set your pitcher up with some prime real estate here in the first inning.
Absolutely. We're going to get a pitching change for Western Oregon. Alyssa Fulmer now in the circle. She got the start back on Wednesday on the season. The ERA is sitting at 9.77. 1 win and 9 decisions. Making appearance number 18 of the year. On in relief here in the first, officially for Jessica Morgan. It's going to go down as 0.0 innings.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see how they manage. They only used 4 pitchers so far this season. They used all 4 of them in that first game of the series.
And first pitch to Lauren Blazchak, down low for ball 1.
Fulmer, a sophomore out of Aurora, Colorado. And get a little some kind of equipment change.
Maybe towel in the pocket there from the looks of it. Needed that back on Wednesday. Steady rain throughout the middle portion of that game. That's upstairs. That's going to score a runner from third. Likely the tag. That's going to be close. Safe for Kaylin Galvin.
Yeah, and I mean, what a funny sequence of events there, because obviously you get the pitch over the catcher's head, and then you're coming home on a wild pitch. But as a catcher, you're not only trying to find the ball, trying to make that tag, you're also battling falling clumps of snow. And luckily, there was no kind of interference there. But, I mean, all of a sudden you look up, you get a pile of snow in your face. That certainly wouldn't have helped.
That'd be a tough one. So Blazchak now a 3-0 count.
Lead, still looking for that first hit.
That'll be upstairs. That's going to skip away. And another tight play at the plate. That's going to score Bryn Luck. Blazchak around to second base. So a couple of wild pitches. Scoring a couple of runs for the Jackets. 2 in scoring position.
Yeah.
Still
and
for Winterhurst.
Fulmer right there with 2 wild pitches already is now tied her teammate Abby Stansbury for first in the GNAC in most wild pitches with 15. So unfortunately, it's been a common trend for this pitching staff, Western Oregon, just trying to stay around the zone without offering anything up.
First pitch. Upstairs, maybe a bit outside for ball 1.
Yeah, we've only seen 2 strikes so far in this inning.
Winterhurst, the sophomore, batting average comfortably over 3, hovering right under 320.
As we mentioned earlier, obviously Winterhurst with 1 more triple could set the new program record. She's already tied with 4 triples this season. Currently leads the conference as well.
And now the 2-0 to Hurst. That'll be upstairs for ball 3.
At this point, it feels more like as a hitter up there, you're sort of just sitting and almost intentionally taking, just sort of waiting to see a pitch get across for a strike and not really attacking until you know that that is a possibility.
Absolutely. That'll be on the outside edge for strike one.
And there's one. So now all of a sudden, 3-1 count, base open. You're still willing to take a walk if it's there, but I feel like with a walk not driving in a run on this direct at bat, you're ready to go 3-1.
That's in for strike two.
This is our first 2-strike count so far of the inning for MSUB at the plate. So we'll get our first look at what the approach is here. Obviously trying to fend anything off. You sort of switch from that take approach to now you have to be aggressive but also be ready for another ball outside the zone.
That one bounced up the middle. He gets it through into center field. He's going to score from third, and coming around from second is Blaschak. So 2 pushed across here by Winterhurst on the RBI single. Jackets lead 5-0. Still none gone here in the home half of the first.
RBIs number 17 and 18 so far this season for Hurst. And just a huge RBI right there. And, I mean, just so impressive. I mean, you're just taking all inning, waiting for your opportunity. You get it, and all of a sudden you drive in 2 runs.
And that's up and out for ball one. Absolutely. You would think for the Jackets, you hit on it, the mindset's going to be, I'm not going to swing the bat until you give me something to hit. That's on the outside edge for strike one. So for Fulmer, starting to find it a little bit. Couple of rough first at bats. Starting to find the zone a little bit here. That one popped foul. A lot of snow out of the backstop there. And suddenly the first real pitcher's count we've seen for Western Oregon here. A 1-2 count for Grace Hood. That's up, maybe a little outside. Ball 2.
Yeah, and we're starting to see some more competitive at-bats. Obviously, these last 2 Hood now 2-strike count, back-to-back 2-strike counts. Just still a nice, solid up-the-middle approach by Hurst in the last at-bat.
And takes that one outside for ball 3.
Vision has been rock solid so far in this inning, not helping out the pitcher on the mound, really forcing them to earn every single strike, every single out that they're going for here. Not chasing, not giving them anything for free.
And the payoff. Bounced foul. So Hood staying alive on the foul ball there. We'll do it again. She's got a runner on first base. And that one will get down in right field. Hurst stops at second base.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the vision, and it's just so clear, obviously, in the way that those 2 balls, but especially that last one there by Hood were hit, the way that they're approaching these at-bats. You're sitting back, you're waiting, making them throw you a strike. So for Hood right there, you're sitting back, seeing it all the way, and once you recognize it, you're just fending it off, pokes it into right field. Really good defensive approach with 2 strikes.
That one's going to find the dirt for ball 1.
And now again, multiple base runners here, another runner in scoring position, still no outs in the inning. And a chance for the bottom of your order right here to come through big and try and set the table again for the top.
And that'll miss for ball 2. Absolutely. Avery Gray on the season. 12 RBIs to her credit. Has 1 in scoring position here. That'll be inside. Ball 3.
Great so far this season also. It's still the 5 home runs. You're talking out of the 8 hole here. Top 10 in the conference. Still that good power at the bottom of the lineup.
Takes that on the inside edge for strike 1.
Just such a surplus of power on this team. You're talking about so many different players from top to bottom, but to be able to lengthen your lineup like that with someone in the 8 hole still able to provide that pop.
And Fulmer able to work it back to a full count. So a couple of hitters in a row now. We've seen on that 3-2 another payoff. Still none out here in the top of the first. That one tapped foul, staying alive there for Gray.
And just so laborious this inning. You're already on the second pitcher, and just even trying to get one out in this inning. So laborious for Western Oregon. If you can escape this inning, it'll have done so much more damage than just the runs on the scoreboard.
And just like that, bases loaded again on the walk for Avery Gray. And out of the 9th spot. What a situation for Kennedy Dipwick. None out on the season. She's hitting .305, batted in 19. First pitch takes strike one.
And again, talking about lengthening this lineup, you're looking at a 9-hitter right here. He's hitting over 300. You see the slugging up over 500. I mean, just so much depth, so much pop in this lineup. There's no hitter in this lineup that you can just say is that easy out.
That'll be inside now, 1-1. And the 1-1 pitch on the ground to second. Throw to second for one. Back to first. No throw. In the meantime, coming around to score is Winterhurst. Make it 6-0. So the first out on the fielder's choice.
Yep, and now you can flip that lineup right back over. Nieto coming back up here. Such a great job there by Dipwick with only the fielder's choice. You still have that potential for a productive out to score that runner from third and continue to add on here. You still keep that traffic on the bases and get yourself on base too.
And as we sit, runners on the corners for the Jackets. First pitch to Nieto, swinging. Hit by a pitch in her on the first one she saw in her previous at bat.
Yeah, that's got to feel good, even just on the first pitch of this second at bat, to get up there, same inning, and get to actually take a hack at your first pitch. That first at bat, all of a sudden you're in defense mode. You see a ball coming right at your face. You're ducking out of the way and then run into first, but this time you get up there and use your best attribute, those bat-to-ball skills.
Some good movement on that pitch from Fulmer. Quickly down 0-2 here for Nieto. And that's up. In. Throw to second. Not in time. And Dipwick's going to have second base.
6 stolen base of the season on 7 tries. And now no double play in order here for Western Oregon, who actually leads GNAC in double plays turn this season, so always good.
And now the 1-2 swinging. That'll get through into center field. That's going to score from third. And then coming around, Dipwick's going to score as well from second base. Good speed. 2 RBIs for Nieto there on the single. And the Jackets quickly starting to run away with this one now. 8-0 here in the top of the first.
Yeah, you talk about that 12-run inning they had in the last game. I mean, it could just be that one big inning. And we were talking about run support for Caitlin James, and I'd say you've gotten it here in droves in the first inning, and there's still just the 1 out, still right here in the meat of the order. You're talking about 2, 3, 4 coming up. I mean, feels like this love for this inning to almost never end, but of course you got to get your pitcher back out there eventually.
And Galvin pops out on the infield and dropped. They're going to get the play at second base. Nieto staying put, thinking that was going to end up in a glove. Not much he can do for that one for Nieto. Galvin going to reach first base on the error.
Yeah, and I mean, that right there is obviously why even if you're popping the ball up at the plate, you're still running hard to first base, because all of a sudden, let's say you take a walk back to the dugout, all of a sudden they're rolling up a double play on that drop pop-up. So always alert, always aware, and always running to first base. So you keep this inning alive with your best hitter, and an argument for a top best hitter in the conference coming up right now, who, whether someone's on base or not, is an RBI threat in the box at all times.
Back to the plate here for Bryn Lucht. That one lined into left. Galvin going to stop at second base. So good job right there. Not trying to do too much with that. Just getting it into the outfield grass. And Jazzy Kalahuavehi back to the plate. Hitter number 13 in this inning.
What do you know? Bryn Lucht hit singles too. 2 home runs and a double in the last game.
And lays off one upstairs. Ball 1.
Kalahuavehi 2 walks in as many games. Still looking for that big breakthrough hit right here, an opportunity for the second time in this inning.
That one swung on the ground to short. Throw to first in time, and that will retire the side. Jackets, 4 hits, 8 runs across the plate here in the top of the first. Caitlin James and the defense will get back to work after a lengthy break. We'll see if that affects anything. Back to Avitas Group Stadium in a moment.
We'd like to thank our Yellow Jacket football.
Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Top of the second. Caitlin James back to the circle after a lengthy break.
First up for the Wolves, the catcher, number 33, Hope Bodak.
We'll see if that affects anything. Hope Bodak has the lead off. First pitch on the outside edge for strike 1.
Yeah, and I mean, the confidence as a pitcher out there, you're talking about, you can go out there. The 1 walk was the only base runner in that first inning for James. And now you can really go out there in this second inning. You know, you're not looking to walk anybody. You can be as aggressive as you want right here. You have 8 runs of cushion. You're not worried about a single here or there. Solo home runs don't kill you. You can really go out there and be aggressive, force the issue, make the offense beat you on the other end.
Absolutely. Got to be a comforting feeling as a pitcher coming back for the second. You got an 8-run cushion. That one hot to third. Gray, hard work to knock that one down. Not really playable. Keeping it in the infield.
It'd be interesting to see how that one gets scored. That one obviously a missile out there to third base, but still an interesting decision to see. It looks, we'll just have to wait and see what that gets called.
First pitch to Brooklyn Schneid outside for ball 1. On the season, hitting 171. This is her 37th game of the year. That one's in the air, center field. Nieto on the run for that one. One gone. Good effort out there in center field.
Yeah, the sun coming at you there, but really good break. Good first step that time. Track that ball in immediately. There were no false steps, a direct route, and just really good center field coverage that time by Nieto.
First pitch to Isabel Lewis. Back to the outside edge for James. Strike one. Got her swinging on the ground to third. That gets through into left field. Lead runner is going to stop at second base. One out single.
All of a sudden you have a couple of runners on here. And this is the first real traffic that you're facing so far in this game, but with an 8-run lead. Still just attacking right here, hoping for another one of those ground balls. Maybe you can roll two. Another ball hit to third. We've already seen a couple of balls to the left side of the infield so far in this inning. A chance you can at least get the lead runner at third.
And first pitch to Lexi Carlos. Missed outside for ball one. That one in the air, high right field. There's the catch, throw in. Lead runner is going to stop at third base. And the tag, they're going to say she didn't tag up before that was caught.
Yeah, that's maybe a discussion here, but I think it looks pretty final.
I think we'll get it.
Just a lot of disbelief out there.
Looks like maybe we'll get a chat. Heads up from Winter Hurst getting that ball in a hurry. And we will get a discussion.
Yeah, still waiting out there. Wow.
And that's going to stand. So a double play. Going to get the Jackets out of this inning. Nothing across for Western Oregon.
I mean, yeah, you say catching a break right there for MSUB, but, way to be heads up at that time. You got nothing to lose. It's not like they really had a chance to get her advancing to third that time, so you just make that throw into second, heads up, and you get the out right there to get you out of the inning instead of a couple of outs, but runners on the corners there. Big-time RBI opportunity. You're one wild pitch away from allowing a run. All of a sudden, you're out of the inning again, and you got 2 consecutive zeros to get this thing kicked off, and your red-hot offense is right back out there. So, huge defensive break. Obviously, a play you don't see too often. Sometimes you just get a little antsy. Most coaches will tell you, you don't want to make the last out at third, so you're reading the scouting report, the arms in the outfield. So you trust yourself to get to third there, but just getting a little antsy trying to get your break, and you leave too early, and get yourself right out of a potential rally.
Tough result there for the Wolves. Wondering if maybe you're down 8 runs, maybe just, like you said, a little too antsy over there at second base. In any case, back to the mound for Alyssa Fulmer. This Jackets offense right back to work. Quick innings so far for Caitlin James.
It'll be interesting to see how long the leash is with Fulmer. Tough first inning after coming in out of the bullpen so early, but obviously you're looking for length. You already lose one pitcher without recording an out early in the first inning. So now all of a sudden looking for some length out of the bullpen here to try and carry you through most of this game, especially down 8 runs.
Absolutely. Got to keep the doubleheader in mind as well. We see pitchers more so than baseball and softball. Sees action in 2 games in a day. The rest not as prevalent. But if you start going through the bullpen, suddenly that second game gets a lot more daunting. First pitch to Blazchek. That one nearly. Just getting a couple feet outside the foul pole.
Yeah, you said it. Nearly home run number 4 of the season right there, but just drifting foul.
Good opposite field power there from Blazchek. And instead, the 0-1. That one's hot to short. Throw to first. In time. 1 away.
Yeah, and what a different result from inning number 1. We didn't get our first out in inning number 1 until batter number 9, and there's a out on your first batter here to start the second inning. So positive start there for Fulmer, but the way that you were able to chain things together in that first inning, certainly not diminishing towards the Jackets' confidence here.
Absolutely nothing significant hit-wise for the Jackets in that first inning. More, death by 1,000 cuts more than anything in that first.
Yeah.
And Winterhurst on a 1-0 count. That one foul back. Pull on the backstop. That'll even it up at 1-1. Hurst 1 for 1 this afternoon.
Hurst also 5 for 12 with a couple of doubles in that Western Washington series, provided a lot of the team's offense.
That's huge. Western Washington, top 15 team in the country, ranked number 11 last week.
Pitching really stepped up in that series as well in Bellingham, where you have the favorable weather and less power out there, and got the one big 2-0 victory.
And then a 1-0 heartbreaker as well the other way. A couple of quality starts from Emily Waters.
Absolutely, and Waters so good as well in game 1 of this series, just really chaining things together.
Good chance we'll see her start game 2. And the 3-1 count to Hurst is down low for ball 4.
Second time on base already in 2 innings. A base hit, came around to score back in the first, now draws a walk.
More patience at the plate for these Yellow Jackets.
The DP number 15, Grace Hood.
First pitch outside for ball 1.
Hood with the base hit back in her first time up in the first inning as well.
Next one missing. Looked like inside there for ball 2.
Good start to this at bat. Hood OPS just sitting a shade below 800. Quick stretch of power could easily do the trick.
That one bounced foul.
Just out in front of that ball, rolled the hands. Just outside third base. That's not a ball that you want to stay fair anyways. So get back up there and have another chance at it.
Certainly not. Could be a good double play ball over there at third base. Instead, she takes that one inside.
Seeing Hood's stance, leaning out over the plate just a little bit. Gives you a chance to cover that outside pitch. Gets stood up right there.
And another good hitter's count here for the Jackets. 3-1. That one in the air left field. That has a chance. That one's going to get out of here. See you later. 2-run dinger for Grace Hood. And the Jackets lead 10-0 here in the bottom of the second.
How about that for Grace Hood? That just doubled her season home run total, her career home run total. Second home run of her career. RBI's number 6 and 7 right there. And, I mean, what a shot there for the freshman from Missoula. Montana native. Delivers right there to create now a 10-run deficit here in just a second inning. And, my goodness. I mean, we talked about it. She rolled over that first pitch. You're hoping that ball stays foul so that you get another chance. You get one out over the plate. You get all the way through that ball and, yeah, and get all the way out of the yard as well.
Yeah, just like that. Base is empty for Avery Gray. Walked in her first at bat.
We talked about power top to bottom, too. There's only 2 hitters in the starting lineup today that had a slugging percentage under 500, and Hood was one of them, and she's now left the yard today. So
That one over the head beyond the plate.
there is no shortage of pop in this lineup, as we could talk on and on about this entire doubleheader, but the best evidence is out there on the field in front of us.
Now 10 runs on the scoreboard. Another one up high. Hope Bodak having to get vertical behind the plate to keep it somewhat out front.
Gray working a walk and then coming around to score in the first.
That's in there for strike one. So Fulmerson's coming on in relief. This is about to be pitch number 53. That's upstairs.
Yeah. You mentioned pitch number 53, season high, at least recorded, is 94 pitches. Innings pitched would be 6.
And that's upstairs. Gray works her second walk.
Just so important you keep that foot on the gas pedal. I mean, you're talking about a 10-0 lead, but we're still in the second inning. We've talked about it with baseball, talk about it with softball, no clock in this sport. You can never have too many runs, and don't stop scoring until they tell you to get off the field.
First pitch there for Kennedy Dipwick upstairs for ball one.
So you unload the bases with that 2-run homer. You have a 10-run lead, and you're immediately back to work. You're drawing a walk. 9-hole hitter Kennedy Dipwick, fielder's choice. Got on base, stole a base, came around to score last time.
And that'll be outside. Ball two.
Get a mound visit now.
We'll see if... I'm thinking we're actually going to get a pitching change, maybe just a conversation.
I mean, you wonder a little bit with that 10-0 lead. I mean, it's the second inning, and we just mentioned no clock, so you can't imagine that you're giving in this early, obviously. But at the same time, you wonder if with that second game today, are you just continuing to let her go long, try and eat as many innings as you possibly can with this deficit, set things up as well as possible for the next game. It's probably a conversation for maybe the third, fourth inning, but I mean, with the way it is right now, could potentially be a little inkling in the mind of head coach Allie Boytz. So
Absolutely. As it sits for the moment, that one outside. Ball three. Fulmer's going to stay put. 3-0 count to Kennedy Dipwick, the 9 spot this afternoon.
I could see an automatic take right here.
That'll be upstairs. So walk number 8 combined for the Wolves. That's Fulmer's 5th.
Fulmer's season high in walks in a game would be 6. She has hit that mark twice this season. So one shy of that.
Fielder, number 12, Marley Nieto.
And back to the top of the order. Nieto on the season coming into this one. It batted in 10. She's added 2 more this afternoon. She's got a runner in scoring position.
Batting average is now up to 407. She came in tied for 9th. In order to move up into 8th, we need to get up to 409.
And takes that one. Thought about swinging, pulled it up through the zone anyway. So quickly 0-2 here for Nieto.
8th place would be Cammie Rainey back in 2005 with the 409 batting average. So not far off.
Swinging on that one,
Ooh.
just foul.
Good diving effort over there. Third base by Lewis that time. But that one just sneaking foul. Still, in an 0-2 count, I mean, that's exactly the kind of approach you expect, not just from your leadoff hitter, but an over 400 hitter. Just kind of poking it the other way. Being able to have a defensive swing that's still so effective down the opposite field line.
And that'll be outside. Ball one.
Is really a trademark of any good contact hitter at any level of baseball, softball at all. Just being able to flip your hands out there and just kind of throw the bat at it, be able to poke it the other way and protect yourself.
That one will find the dirt. Good job there by Bodak behind the plate, keeping it out front. No advancement on the base path.
And by doing that, she not only almost got herself a base hit, but now gets a couple of balls. She's got a 2-2 count. Now all of a sudden she can sort of gear up a little bit more here and try to put a little bit more into this 2-2 swing.
And that one bounced to second. Dipwick, good speed. Going to stay out of the double play. 2 gone now for the Jackets in the bottom of the second.
On the bright side, you do move the 2 runners into scoring position. Not necessarily a productive out now that there's 2 outs, but there's only a force at first base, which is an advantage here. And a base hit, you're looking at probably scoring 2 runs. So bare minimum, even when you are getting out, you're still doing something out there. And that's what that was.
First pitch, Caitlin Galvin misses outside.
A walk and a fielder's choice so far today, but Galvin reaching base twice already in the second inning here. Hit twice in that first inning.
And takes that down low. Ball 2 for the senior transfer. Came to MSUB last year after a couple of seasons at Feather River College out in California. Came along with teammate Caitlin James. And that's upstairs for ball 3.
Yeah, and I mean, coming over, you just talk about the year-over-year improvement. You talk about the improvement from last year to this year by the team overall, but Galvin, a perfect example of that. Even batting average 235 to 289 coming into this game. OPS 686 this season, 977, even higher now.
And ball 4.
That walk will only help even more. I mean, you can look just about anywhere on this roster, but Galvin is one of the prime examples of just the overall development and advancement of this program from top to bottom from last year to this year, and it's why they're in the position that they're in right now, where they have a fighter's chance at sneaking into the tournament.
First pitch to Bryn Lux on the line into left. Gray going to score. Dipwick coming around from second to score. Galvin stopped at second base.
Chalk up 2 more RBIs.
Great work with 2 gone. Galvin getting on base. Giving Luck a chance to drive in a couple more, adding to that season total, adding to this Jackets lead, now 12-0.
Luck now with 39 RBIs this season, which puts her just 1 shy of cracking the MSUB single season top 10. And how about a walk at a pair of singles and 2 RBIs in 2 innings? Doesn't get much more efficient than that.
Absolutely. 1-0 count here to Jazzy Kalahuavehi. She puts it in the air left field. Catch made for out number 3. So the Jackets get 2 more. 4 more, rather, here in the bottom of the second. And we'll head off top of the third. Lauren Maurer leads off for the Wolves. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Top of the third, just a moment or 2 away. Caitlin James back to the circle again. Another lengthy break didn't affect her in inning number 2. Thrown just 26 pitches so far.
Yeah, and you said it right there. I mean, you're talking about a game 12-0 deficit. You can be aggressive out there. 26 pitches through 2 innings. You're setting yourself up for a potential chance where if you can continue to pitch this way, the offense can continue what they've been doing. Maybe you get out of this game a little quick. Maybe you save that bullpen. You could really potentially set yourself up to go into game 2 just as fresh as possible, pitching-wise, offense humming after 2 consecutive double-digit performances.
Great start there for James. Good pitch on the outside edge. And that's in the dirt. Ball 1. Lauren Mauer's first at bat this afternoon, working out of the 9th spot.
I did do some research, and there is no relation to Joe Mauer if anybody else tried to make that connection. I certainly did as soon as I saw the name.
And that one lined into right field. Tough catch over the shoulder there for Hurst, maybe a little bit out of the reach. And the leadoff double for Lauren Mauer.
4th double of the season for Mauer. 5th extra base hit, has 1 home run as well. For a true freshman out of Indio, California. Just an inside-out swing that time. Really good opposite field power right there.
And infield up. Gardner gets the bunt.
Feels like you could see that sort of attempt coming from a mile away. You flip the order over, you have a runner in scoring position with no outs, and you're just trying to get 1 on the board so that you can see it up there. Try and form some momentum.
And she'll get that one down. James up with it. Throw to first. Not in time. Good speed there from Zimmerman. Legging out the single, and none gone. Runners on the corners for the Wolves.
Yeah, just creating chaos. You just force the issue. And, I mean, unfortunately for them so far today, I mean, they've been able to put the ball in play, but they haven't found any success. So you try something new. You're set up with an opportunity, and you have it's probably your fastest player on the team. Just lay one down, and all of a sudden you're creating problems.
And the steal, the tag. Not in time. Tough call for the Jackets. That was mighty close. Good speed there from Zimmerman. Now 2 in scoring position.
Galvin had 2 palms up. It was a tough play. It was a hard slide into the bag that time, too, from Zimmerman. It was a really late slide. Went for the pop-up slide, too, but just really made hard contact on that late slide with the bag. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do to be safe.
Sometimes you got to take one for the team. She certainly did there. Getting into scoring position. Still none gone now for Alia Gaborialt. 0 for 1 this afternoon. First pitch fouled off.
Trade outs for runs right here with a 12-run lead.
Anything. Wanted to put something in that outfield grass, but deep fly ball will certainly score that runner from third base. And showed bunt, pulled it back.
Yeah, and just so insistent on that bunt right now. And just trying to find ways to create motion is all you really can do. And a great speed at the top 2 in this Western Oregon order, so it makes sense.
And swinging away on 3-1, fouled off. So for James, if you can work a strikeout here, certainly get a little confidence going. None gone. As if confidence was short. Instead, giving up the walk there. Now bases loaded for the Wolves. None gone here in the top of the 3rd.
And you get a quick mound visit. This is the biggest jam that we've seen so far. Quite interesting. I mean, first inning, 1 base runner. Second inning, 2 base runners. Third inning, 3 base runners. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a trend, but it is kind of funny. But all of a sudden, bases loaded, no outs jam. And really, I mean, if you're going out to the plate, the message has got to just be hey, just trust your defense. I mean, you have an out at every plate, so if you're the pitcher, you're getting it. You're probably going back to the plate. If you're getting it in the middle infield, you're looking to turn two. If you're getting it on the corner, you're probably coming home with it, depending on where it takes you.
First pitch going outside to Kate Ronning, ball one.
But obviously, we could see that the middle infield is still well deep, playing at that double play depth. Corners looking to cut off a run here.
Takes out on the outside edge for strike one.
And a strikeout would be the best result here and try and set up the double play afterwards.
Even if you do give up a run, though, you got
Yeah.
plenty of room to work with for the moment at least. That one fouled off.
Plenty of room to work with, and I don't think you really have any concerns at the moment of your offense giving you any more support from this point forward based off what we've seen through just 2 innings.
Saw a similar situation back on Wednesday. Emily Waters worked out of a similar jam, giving up just the one. And that's in the dirt. It's 2-2. Gotta believe if you can get out of here giving up just one, you'll be real happy about that. Now a full count to Kate Ronning.
Yeah, I mean, 1, maybe even 2 runs, probably still a big success in this inning.
And now the payoff. That one bounced to third. Stepping on the bag for one. Throw to first. Not going to happen. Safe. They were running on the double play. So you get the runner off third base. Double play ball is still certainly an option. One across the plate here for the Wolves.
Yeah, you said a double play ball still an option. You can still go back to third, and the best part about that play is now that you don't have a runner ready to score, so walk, hit by pitch, wild pitch. You're not seeing anyone cross the plate right here. And that was the right play, too. I mean, at third base, if you're Gray, that ball takes you back just a little bit. You kind of have to wait on it. You know you're not going to get to play at home. The easy play is to not have to make a throw. You go to third, and there's no double play at that point, so not throwing it.
Absolutely. Step on the bag. Take the easy one. Put yourself in still a pretty good spot. Still have a good chance to get out of this inning fairly damage-free.
And still 2 runners on, but you're trying to cut down on any momentum possible with a 12-run lead, which momentum is the only thing that can really kill you. And getting that runner at third is the biggest, easiest way to do that, I should say.
And now the 1-1 count to Maddie Doig. Designated player this afternoon is 0 for 1. That one high in the air left field. Taking a couple of steps back for the catch. 2 gone. Throw to third. Getting there ahead of the throw for Aaliyah Gaborialt.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, obviously Western Oregon is just trying to generate any offense that they can by being as aggressive as possible at all times. I don't think in most situations you would see someone on a fly ball to left with 2 outs tagging and running to third base, considering that there's no way to get them in with a productive out. But, I mean, down by 11 runs, I mean, you got to take as many risks as you can to try and create something. So,
absolutely. It's certainly worth the risk in this situation. James, a good first pitch there on the outside edge. Hope Bodak is 1 for 1. Missing outside, ball 1. And now the 1-1 to Bodak in the dirt. So we've seen the pitch count climb up here for James now. Up to, if the math is correct, 50 pitches on the game. Through just 26 through the first 2.
yeah, I mean, it's certainly been a laborious third inning, but just the 1 run so far, if you can get a ground ball, get a fly ball right here, get yourself out of the inning, it's still a big-time success, especially considering there's a chance to potentially shorten the game.
And that 3-1 missing up high.
Walks have really been the Achilles heel so far, though, in this third inning.
Third walk total James has allowed.
Fielder number 1, Brooklyn Schneid.
First pitch to Brooklyn Schneid in there for strike one. Back into a bit of a tough spot. Certainly 2 outs. More favorable than none, but bases loaded again. That one hot to third. That'll get through. That's going to score 2 for Western Oregon. And again, 2 in scoring position. So good job hitting there. Just a hard ground ball to third base. Tough one to play.
RB has 9 and 10 on the season for Schneid, so she gets to the double-digit mark there. Cuts the lead down to single digits.
The third baseman number 28.
As we
Isabel
sit
Lewis.
12-3. First pitch to Isabel Lewis, down low for ball 1.
And, I mean, still the 9-run lead, so you're still just trying to force the issue and draw some kind of contact and get yourself out of this tough inning. But
And that one lined to center. Nieto making the catch. That'll retire the side. So the Wolves push 3 across here in the top of the third.
Western Oregon gives 3
Jackets back to work offensively. Their lead is shrunk to 9. Back to Avitas Group Stadium in a moment. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Bottom of the third. Lauren Blazchek has the lead off.
Lauren Blazchek, one of 4 seniors we'll see out in the field today. And Blazchek, I mean, talk about an amazing career. You look at some of the top 10 marks, 10th in doubles with 28 on the career, 9th in walks with 46, and tied for 2nd in career stolen bases with 35.
First pitch outside in the dirt, ball 1.
So a name that has been heard and known around this program for obviously a long time now, and just such an amazing chance to sort of honor that kind of a legacy.
And the 1-0, that misses down low as well.
And I mean, it's not as maybe as flashy as some people would think. Oh, it's not like super flashy, most career home runs or something crazy like that. But you talk about you getting into the conversation where you're potentially talking about one of, if not the best base stealers in program history, someone that's just consistently getting on base, finding gaps, but more so than just statistics. I mean, you talk about 4 years now, an example leader for a program that in these first few years of a new coaching regime, you can start to see turning things around, and that these seniors are obviously who you attribute the most of that to.
Absolutely. Anytime you see a coaching change, there's always concern at the college level, especially now. Transfer rules getting easier. Certainly would have been easy for some of these players to say, I'm going to go elsewhere, but staying put. Of course, Blazchek, a Billings native, graduated of West High School. Now a 3-1 count. That one bounced foul.
Yeah, and you said it, being a Billings native, so this is a name that you've heard around these parts in the softball world for 8 years now. I mean, just a legacy left, and that's something. I mean, you just don't see that too much even in college athletics nowadays. Sometimes even at the high school ranks, players moving around, but 8 years now in the same city.
And goes down looking on that one. First strikeout of the game for Alyssa Fulmer. So getting started, off to a good start here for Fulmer in this bottom of the third.
Yeah, first strikeout for Fulmer. First strikeout that we've seen so far in this game. Something that has been foreign. The ball has been put in play a lot. Some walks hit by pitches, but
maybe starting to settle in just a little bit. Maybe got some bit of a confidence boost from her team, able to go out there, get a handful of runs. And Winterhurst reach base in both at bats so far. That one up the middle into center field. Quick one-out single. Keeps her hot streak going. Second hit of the game.
yeah, Hurst on base 3 times now today. A couple of base hits, a walk. She scored both of the first 2 times. So we'll see if they can keep that streak alive here. Obviously, Hood going deep last time up.
2 for 2, a couple of RBIs. And lays off that one now quickly 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you're starting to talk career game territory here for Hood because obviously that was her second home run of the season, so just the second time she's done that. So already 2 base hits today, single home run, the couple of RBIs right there. Still plenty of game left. The way this offense is moving, she really has a chance to, as just a true freshman, not necessarily, I mean, I don't want to say break out, but I mean, so far, this is the kind of game where you could see something like that happening. The pace she's off to through 3 innings.
And takes strike 1 on the inside edge. Back to a 3-1 count now for Fulmer. And swinging on that one on the ground to short. Could be 2. Throw to second for 1. Back to first in time. They turn the double play. So the Wolves get through the third. No damage. Jackets lead stands at 12-3. Easily the best defensive inning we've seen from Western Oregon in this game. And they're going to get right back to the offense after putting up 3 runs.
Mr. Billings put up.
Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Top of the 4th. Lexi Carlos leading it off for Western Oregon. Hung up 3 runs back in the third. Quickly back to work.
Western Oregon, first baseman number 23, Lexi Carlos.
Quickly back to work at the plate here for the Wolves. First pitch to Carlos in the air, right center. That'll find the gap. And turning for two. Going to be close. The throw, not in time. Carlos, good speed, good slide. And the leadoff double.
Yeah, just double number 2 of the season for Carlos. Just her 3rd extra base hit this season. Last season, 2024, 291 hitter, but had no extra base hits. So it's actually just the 3rd extra base hit of the career, but really nice shot into right center field that time.
And Lauren Maurer out of the 9th spot. We saw her lead off the previous inning. Runner in scoring position. That one popped foul. That's going to get out of play.
Maurer had her first home run of her career in the last series for Western Oregon against Northwest Nazarene.
And now the 1-1. That's high for ball 2. And that'll be down low. Ball 3. Swinging. That'll run the count full on the foul ball.
Maurer double in her last at bat, someone that MSUB will likely be seeing a lot of for years to come. True freshman, making her 37th start of the season, 40th appearance. Already carving out that role in her first season on campus.
And the payoff popped foul. And the payoff again. That one through the zone. Strike 3. James has her first punch out of this one. One gone for the Wolves here in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, what a time to get strikeout number 1 right there with a runner in scoring position. Nobody out. You're talking about trying to protect a potential run rule here with 9-run lead here in the 4th inning. It's a huge out to get right there.
First pitch. Good work on the outside edge for strike 1.
All in here on your bunt defense after a bunt single last time up for Zimmerman. With Blazchak at second base, well in.
That one back to the mound. That'll get through into center field. Lead runner is going to stop at third base.
You hate to see a ball get through right there, but a little bit of a fortunate situation with that one. James just getting out of the way of that one. She really didn't have a play to field that ball. If she was going to stop it, it probably would have been off somewhere near the shin range. Starts to get really dicey.
Certainly not one you want to see your pitcher take.
No. Some kind of pack needs to be removed. Fanny pack or something.
Maybe the hand warmer.
Hand warmer, yeah.
I guess.
Sunny out there, but it's colder than you think.
And swinging on that one. That'll get down in left field. And they'll stop the lead runner at second base all the way around to score for Lauren Maurer. So another one on the board for Western Oregon. Now 12-4. One gone. Runners on first and second.
And the 3rd inning was really the first signs of a struggle for Caitlin James in this game. And here in the 4th inning, unfortunately, not so much the walks in this inning like it was more so in the 3rd inning, but double the lead off, couple of singles here. Trying to be aggressive with the big lead, but just getting hit a little bit.
And taking that one down low for ball 2. Kate Ronning officially 0 for 1. She has reached on a walk. That's outside for ball 3. That was pitch number 70 for James. And strike 1. Ronning was out of the box on her way to first. Not so fast. Now 3-1.
Did her best acting job that time trying to sell ball 4.
That's in for strike 2. So James battling back now to a full count.
And that's what you got to do. I mean, you can't just 3-0 count. Could have easily rolled over 2 runners on already, but still attacking.
Going after that one. Popped up on the infield. Blaschak has the catch over there at second base. Now 2 gone for the Wolves.
And if this game does end early, that's probably one of the at-bats we're going to look back at. 3-hole hitter at the plate, 3-0 count, 2 runners on, 1 out. You're down 3-0 in the count on the mound, and you come back and attack 3 consecutive strikes. You get a pop out. Now 2 outs here in this inning. Very, very clutch pitching right there.
Way to battle back. Maddie Doig swinging on the first pitch in the air, center field. Nieto has it in center. So just one across for the Wolves here in the top of the 4th. Jackets lead 12-4. Back to work here at Avias Group Stadium. Bottom of the 4th, Avery Gray with the leadoff. Not a hit yet, but she's reached base twice on the walk.
It's funny. It almost feels like in this situation, like as an offense, you're trying to create some kind of extra cushion almost for a save attempt, the way that in the top of the 5th you're trying to preserve what could be the end of the game in terms of a run rule after 5 innings is almost like a save attempt. So as an offense here, you're just trying to create as much extra cushion as you can for your pitcher.
First pitch, Gray swinging that one in the air right center. Caught quickly, 1 away.
I would probably say that the next best result would be to get your pitcher out there as fast as possible, because you can't get that run support. You'd love to keep your pitcher in as much of a groove as you can, getting them back out on the mound as quick as possible. That's the only downside to some long rallies as an offense, but you obviously prefer the run support.
And first pitch, Kennedy Dipwick well outside for ball 1.
On base, scored a couple of times today. Fielder's choice, a walk, stolen a base back in the 1st inning.
Next one, lined into left. That'll be a base hit. Throw in's going to hold her at first. And back to the top of the order with Marley Nieto. 1 for 2 this afternoon.
Yeah, 1 for 2 today. Had that hit by pitch in her first at bat.
12, Marley Nieto.
Couple of RBIs to her credit so far. First pitch down and away. And Dipwick hanging out there for a second between first and second base, maybe tempting a throw.
Yeah. 6 for 7 this season on stolen bases. Has that one today.
Has great speed over there on first base. And again, waiting, back to the bag.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost sitting there camped out at about 30% of the way to second base, thinking maybe if they're not paying attention on that throwback of the pitcher, you can take second base with an out. Not a bad idea, trying to get in scoring position.
That one on the ground to second. Dipwick, good speed. Not going to beat the throw. Fielder's choice there for Nieto.
Never really a chance right there to get 2.
And 2 gone. So the Wolves again through 2/3 of this inning, relatively pain-free. A couple of base runners, but no real threat to score to this point. Kaylin Galvin out of the 2 spot.
Had the home run and the double in the last game today, on base a couple of times by walk and another time on a fielder's choice, but still trying to get that ace swing off.
All of a sudden, I mean, if she can find a way on base, you got Bryn Lucht on deck.
Yeah.
That one foul tip. Quickly down 0-2. So Fulmer coming in relief in a really tough situation in the first inning. And she's really kind of settled into a groove here over the last couple.
Yeah, just starting to settle in, finding that confidence, starting to get into a groove. I mean, it can be a little bit different sometimes coming out of the bullpen versus actually getting that start. A little bit of a different preparation cycle sometimes, but you know, as this game has gone on, after she's gotten through a couple of tough innings, starting to get that feel for some of her pitches.
And Galvin, that one in the air, maybe finding a gap. It will in center field. Nieto turning and burning for third base. Now runners at the corners for the Jackets. Absolutely. And you talk, I mean, especially as a pitcher, always want to be ready, but how often can you expect to come on in relief in the first inning?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're not really expecting it, and it kind of catches you off guard, especially with no outs being recorded and entering with a big jam on the bases. It's just the most uncomfortable way that anyone could enter a game pitching, and just such a tough ask. Even that second inning, you're trying to recover from the tough first inning. All of a sudden, you get a couple of outs, and now you're sort of know what you're doing. And great base running awareness that time.
Kaylin Galvin going to slide up to second there on the pitch in the dirt. Bodak had a tough time finding that one.
A high school coach used to tell us to read down angles. You're out there on the base paths. You're watching the trajectory of the pitch. You see it starting to go low, and you can anticipate that bounce and get a jump on the catcher. She did a great job of doing it on that last one.
And now a 1-1 count to Lucht. 2 in scoring position. Something in that outfield grass. Might get 2 more across the plate.
Yeah.
Takes that one outside. Ball 2.
And this is who you're trying to set the table for every time around in the order. We talked about the depth of this order, but ultimately, Bryn Lucht is the person that you're trying to have at the plate in any clutch situation.
Especially now you got 2 in scoring position. It's a great spot, even with 2 outs.
Yeah, and there was a bad intentions behind that swing. Unfortunately, so much so it almost seemed like maybe she had pulled her head a little bit out there. Really trying to launch a ball, especially in a 2-1 count. 2 strikes, you probably see a little bit more bat-to-ball approach.
And pulled up on the swing. Not in time. That'll be strike 3. So nothing across for the Jackets here. They get 2 in scoring position. However, it remains 12-4. Off to the 5th we go. Jackets trying to close it out. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Top of the fifth. Potentially decisive if the Jackets can hold this lead. We'll call this one after 4.5.
Batting first for the Wolves, the catcher number 33, Hope Bodak.
Hope Bodak to the plate. She's 1 for 1 officially. Also reached on a walk. First pitch in for strike one.
For one with a walk, but she has been on base twice with the E5 in her first at bat.
Swinging on that one, lines out. Avery Gray over at third base.
A little bit of payback there. Gray made the error that allowed her on base the first time. Snares a hot liner at that hot corner that time. And a big time first out.
Good start.
Yeah.
There for that Jacket defense.
Considering the last 2 innings have both started with a double into the right center field gap, that is a significantly better start to this 5th inning for James.
Gotten Schneid swinging there for strike one. Get 3 in a row now through the zone. She was struggling a bit to locate. Now seeming to find that strike zone again. That one on the ground. That'll get through into center field. Nieto's throw in. Going to keep her at first.
Second hit of the day for Schneid. Had the double back in the 3rd inning. Gets a single right there.
And now out of the 8th spot will be Lexi Carlos. She's 1 for 2. Maybe a pinch hitter here, actually. And it looks like it's going to be the case.
Pinch runner, first base, number 24, Madeline Hummel.
No, pinch runner instead. Madeline Hummel now over there on first. First pitch down low for ball one. Gotta believe she's going to have the green light to go here. Trying to get that run into scoring position. Not thinking you're going to make up all 8 runs here, but if you can at least get one and keep this game going. That on the ground into center field. Throw in, lead runner stopped at second base.
Yeah, and you talk about the bottom of this Western Oregon order has really done the bulk of the damage. You look at 6 through 9. Schneid, the double and the single today right there. That's the second base hit of the day so far for Lewis. Carlos has a double today. Maurer has a double out of the 9 spot. So that would be, oh geez, my math is so bad. I am a communications major, but that would be now 6 hits, 3 doubles from that 4 bottom spots in the order.
And we're going to get a pitching change for the Jackets. Avery Gray going to shift over from third base. And for the Jackets, again, trying to put this thing away right here in this top half of the 5th.
Absolutely. Avery Gray, the freshman from Gillette, Wyoming, so far this season. Pitching-wise, this 15th appearance. Couple of starts this year. This one, obviously not. 0-for-4 record, 14 2/3 innings pitched. ERA a little bit inflated right now, but her last time out was her first outing this season, not allowing a base runner in the last series against Western Washington. In her one appearance, 1 2/3 innings, no hits, no runs, no walks, a strikeout, didn't hit anyone, 28 pitches. So a little bit of a tough season, but the last outing, if replicable, a very strong block to build on for Avery Gray. Certainly her best outing of the season against potentially the strongest competition of the season. A chance to repeat right here.
And first batter she will face is Lexi Carlos. First pitch outside for ball one.
First baseman, number 23, Lexi Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos 1 for 2 today. Last time up had the double to lead off the 4th inning, came around to score.
And that's in for strike one.
And that last double for Carlos was punched into the right center field gap, so that pitch right there jamming her.
Now the 1-1 bounce to short. Could be too tough play. Bad bounce over there.
Yeah, that's
short.
really tough. They're trying. Yeah, they're saying she's out at third base for the interference right there, I think.
That looks to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, that ball, unfortunately, was fielded right in the batter's path. There's just not a ton you can do, but as the base runner, you are required to get out of the way. You cannot conflict with the fielder. Priority does go to the fielder, and unfortunate situation for Western Oregon, but what a big-time break that time for Dipwick at shortstop. But, I mean, you have to imagine it did look like it also pretty heavily affected the play, the way she wasn't able to field it cleanly.
Absolutely. So instead of having a runner on third base, one gone, now that runner's off third. You got two away. And Oregon Lauren Maurer, we saw her with an extra base hit. Swinging on that one, bounced foul.
And what a big difference. You talk about the two different scenarios. Bases loaded, one out. Runner on first and second with two outs is a massive difference. You're talking about no potential to score a run on a sacrifice. When you're talking about the difference between a run rule and no run rule, that game ending after this inning, obviously a huge difference. And now you're facing the 9-hole, who has a double, but
takes that outside. Ball one.
A spot that you are hoping to take advantage of.
Got to think, too, for Gray. A little bit of a tough spot to come in on. Not much warm-up time. We saw her make that catch for the first out. Really, I think that's in the dirt. That's going to advance both into scoring position.
But with two outs, that's not as big of a deal. You still just need to get that one out.
Pop up, high fly ball.
Yeah, and the other advantage, too, is having Gray, a third baseman, on the mound, or pitching right here. Get that extra defense.
On the line, going to get down in right field, so this one will continue.
So close.
Hops over there, just getting over the glove at second base. So that'll make it 12-5. Back to the top of the order with Victoria Zimmerman.
Victoria Zimmerman.
Runners at the corners, two gone. First pitch, outside edge for strike one.
Expecting potential bunt once again. Still a chance to get yourself out of the inning. You just would need one run offensively.
Swinging on that one, bounced. Blazczak, quick toss to Dipwick at second base. And they'll retire the side, but Western Oregon gets the one run. Enough to keep this one going into the bottom of the fifth. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium, bottom of the fifth. Jazzy Kalahuavehi has the lead off.
And first for the Jackets, the first baseman, number 28, Jazzy Kalahuavehi.
Officially 0 for 2. First pitch, missing outside for ball 1.
0 for 2 today, and not going to hammer it home, but we talked a little bit about some of the struggles since the last sort of big outing for her, and the approach has really been looking good. It's just about the results, and sometimes they just don't fall for you. But, I mean, right here, what an opportunity to get things started leading off here with a chance to essentially walk this game off.
That'll skip away from Bodak behind the plate. Absolutely. One swing of the bat can put this thing away.
Talking about the power in this lineup, but obviously it could literally be one swing of the bat, top to bottom, that could put this thing away.
And another good spot. 3-0 count for Kalahuabehi. Certainly want to see one through the zone before you swing the bat, but good spot right here. That's on the inside edge for strike 1.
Really trying to bounce back from that Western Washington series.
That one tapped, staying foul.
Now Western Washington series, Kalehuavehi going 1 for 13. So far, no walks in that series. Already the 2 walks that we've mentioned in this series, and 3-2 count right here. Gotta give credit where credit's due with Alyssa Fulmer. Season high pitch count, about to be a triple digits.
And now the payoff. That one hot to third. That's off the glove. She should be safe at first.
See what that gets ruled. I assume that's probably going to be an E5. But either way, get a pinch runner now. You can really start to set things in motion here. Get that leadoff base runner on.
Riley Warden going to take over at first base. Speedy sophomore on base for Lauren Blazchak.
Catcher,
Saw her
Saturday,
earlier.
7, Lauren Blazchak.
Saw her earlier have a liner to right field, just getting fouled by a foot.
Yeah. Struck out looking last time. Obviously be a little bit more aggressive potentially. It's a tough call on the edge.
Pinch runner on first
Has
base.
walked and
Jefferson
scored
for
today.
1, Riley Warden.
That one
Oh.
liner to the pitcher.
What?
Throw to first. Warden back safely. Fulmer heads up in the circle. That was nearly dangerous.
Man. That. I mean,
Talk about earning your out. She earned that one.
you talk about the pace of this game at points, especially in the early innings, with some of the walks and hit by pitches. It felt like things were really slow, and that right there had to have been the fastest paced play that we've seen so far in this game. That thing absolutely smoked right back at Fulmer. Just sticks a glove at it, gets it, nearly has the double play right there, but just rushed a little bit high throw. But still, fantastic play on the mound.
And now instead, Riley Warden up to second base. First pitch to Winter Hurst. That's on the ground. Hops off the glove. She's going to be safe on the E4.
Yeah, and I mean, those first 2 innings, MSUB certainly doing some for themselves, but a lot of the run production that they had came via help from Western Oregon. Walks, hit by pitches, mistakes, and so far in this inning, 2 runners on the corners here with just 1 out by way of a couple of errors, the ball thrown over the head of the first baseman, nearly double play. So fortunately, some defensive miscues setting up this opportunity for MSUB, but you can't obviously look at how it happened. Nonetheless, it's an opportunity here for Winterhurst to walk this game off.
Absolutely at the plate here for Grace Hood. She's 2 for 3 this afternoon, 2 RBIs. Of Of course, as you hit on, Luke, one more is going to turn out the lights, metaphorically, of course, in this one.
Is that the Heyday soundtrack? Quite the song choice here. I mean, sometimes the people up in the box can have a big impact on the people. I mean, if you really listen closely during, professional baseball games, collegiate baseball, softball games, you can really get in the head of a pitcher, batter, when timeout is called, in any sport, really, honestly, with what kind of music they play, and that's a decision. So we'll see how it turns out right here. See if we could get in Fulmer's head.
1-0 count to Grace Hood. Nothing's going to be more demoralizing for a pitcher than hearing the Jeopardy theme during your warm-up. That one popped. Catch made. So quickly 2 gone. Of course, no movement on the base paths. So that potential winning run still standing at third base.
Pitcher number 9, Avery
Potential
Gray.
walk-off run, rather.
Yeah, Avery Gray with a chance to walk it off for herself. Just finished that last inning out on the mound, and now a chance to end the game right here at the plate.
And heading for second, no throw. Hurst going to be there safely.
He'll take the stolen base, but ultimately the point of that, with the winning run being over there at third, is really just to keep the force off of second, to make a defensive play as hard as possible, especially on a ground ball. Make sure that the only option that they have is to go to first.
And takes the 1-0 outside for ball 2.
And maybe if you have some kind of system in place, some kind of sign stealing system, I'm not really sure. But sometimes having someone at second base can help in more ways than one. Depends on the program.
And now the 2-0 to Gray. That one will get through. That is going to do it. They're going to walk it off. Riley Warden across the plate, and the Jackets to a victory here in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. This by a final score of 13-5.
Congratulations to Coach Yannick
Game
and the
2
Yellow Jackets
coming
on
up
victory.
here in about 35 to 40 minutes time. Stick around after that one. Senior Day celebrations are going to follow that one, honoring our 4 seniors, Caitlin James, Kaylin Galvin, Lauren Blazchek, and Jazzy Kalahuavehi. Jackets get a strong relief pitching effort out of Avery Gray. Caitlin James, good start this afternoon. And one step closer to the GNAC tournament, needing victories.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, you said it. Back to 8-9 in the GNAC, 13-24 the overall record, improving that home record too. 9-3 now on the season. That's where they've really been the strongest, and really cool to see the second career home run for Grace Hood, doubling her season total, career total. So, really strong effort there in game number 1.
And that'll do it for the time being. Game 2 coming your way just about the bottom of the hour. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Avitas Group Stadium. Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the MSU Yellow Jackets and the Western Oregon Wolves. Emily Waters getting the start in the circle, and we are underway. First pitch in for strike one. A couple of dazzling outings over the last handful of games here for Emily Waters.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit before the broadcast, but Emily Waters just as
That'll get down in left field. So leadoff single for Victoria Zimmerman.
yeah, that throws a little bit of a damper on it. But in her last 17 innings, just 2 earned runs. So it's been a really great 3 consecutive starts for Emily Waters, considering that 2 of those great starts came against Western Washington. The first one was on Wednesday against this Western Oregon team.
And first pitch to Aaliyah Gaborialt on the inside for ball 1.
You would expect adjustments in this game, obviously, from Western Oregon, but in that first game of the series, a 17-1 MSUB win held to just 1 run. 4 1/3 innings pitched in that game for Waters.
Gaborialt gets it down to left field. So back-to-back singles for the Wolves to start this one off.
And back-to-back singles by left-handed hitters into pretty much the exact same spot down the left field line, in between that triangle of left, short, and third. So just kind of slapping the ball down the left field line, taking those pitches outside the other way in a lefty-lefty matchup.
And first pitch to Kate Ronning, down and away, ball 1.
And both runners on base currently, double-digit steals on the season.
Putting down the bunt, that's going to roll foul.
Yeah, that would have been an easy sacrifice bunt if she was able to get that down on the ground, so a nice break there. Able to hold Ronning to an 0 for 2 first game of the doubleheader today. Did have a walk and an RBI in that first game, though.
And that one's up. Bunt pulled back. Ball 2.
And if you are going to attack a bunt as a pitcher, you're obviously looking to go probably up in the zone, trying to get a pop-up, potentially not only get that batter to pop out, you're looking at maybe a chance at a double play.
That one's swinging, fouled back.
She was swinging right there, but now with 2 strikes, obviously, will be swinging here. Can't bunt it foul, you strike out with 2 runners on base. Probably not worth the risk unless you really trust your ability to get that bunt down.
And now the 2-2 pitch, up and away, ball 3.
Uncharacteristic first inning to this point from Waters, but could easily get herself out of a jam here early with something as simple as a ground ball strikeout.
And that one's outside for ball 4. So quickly, bases loaded, none gone. We saw her in a similar jam in game 1 of this series. That situation, she gave up just the 1 run. Defense able to get out of the rest of it. And quick discussion here between Kaylin Galvin and Emily Waters.
Yeah, bases loaded with nobody out. You have a chance to come home this early in the game. Probably still looking to cut down the runner at the plate if possible. The middle infield is still fairly deep. They're about halfway.
First pitch, outside edge for Isabel Lewis, strike 1.
Lewis in game 1, 2 for 3. A couple of singles.
And the 0-1 back in there for strike 2. So Waters quickly getting ahead here.
Chance as well now to get a big-time strikeout, potentially set up a double play that could end the inning.
Swing, and that one gonna get foul caught. Same as a sac fly in essence, though. Runner scores. First and second now up to second and third. 1 away.
Yeah, and that's always such an interesting decision, you know, whether you want to catch that ball or not. Obviously, you let it go foul, you keep the at-bat with 2 strikes right there. But, I mean, I think that in this situation, with the bases loaded and nobody out, the chance to just get that first out, considering how your offense has gone in this series so far, is probably the right decision, even though you are giving up that first run.
First pitch to Lexi Baumgartner. Upstairs for ball 1. Didn't see Baumgartner in game 1. Designated player here. And got her swinging there for strike 1.
No double play in order right here, so the corner's still well in. Ground ball, you're looking to obviously hold that runner at third base before you do make the throw.
And that one just missing on the outside. Ball 2.
There is, of course, a base open, so with a 2-1 count, facing 5-hole and Baumgartner here, if you don't feel comfortable attacking, you can always try and work around, potentially set up a double play.
Trying to bunt. That one's going to get foul.
Another strikeout situation. This season, Waters came into this game tied for 4th in the conference with 63 strikeouts on the season. Just 38 walks coming into this start. So came in with a pretty decent ratio.
2-2 is popped foul.
And they've just about got all that snow off the netting up there.
That was a good swing. That knocked down quite a bit.
Yeah, they're getting there. They're trying. Just one more kind of big chunk up there if they could just get one more.
Count will stick at 2-2 for Baumgartner. That one on the ground to second. Blast check diving, got over the glove. That's going to score the runner from third base. Ronning stopped at third base. Baumgartner on first. So Western Oregon, quick 2-0 lead. Right out of the gate, the first time since game 1 they've held a lead.
And Baumgartner, the junior, just her 9th start of the season, making a big impact right there. RBI single, couple of runs already here. Top of the first inning, striking first swiftly the way that MSUB was able to do in game 1 of this doubleheader today. Flipping script.
That's fouled off. I believe this is going to be a confidence boost for the Wolves, getting down in that first game today so quickly. Getting a couple of runs on the board right away has to get you in a much better frame of mind. And now the 1-1 pitch popped on the infield. Blazchak moving up for that one. She's got it. Runners are going to stay put. 2 gone.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of kind of that motivation, you getting outscored 30-6 through 2 games will certainly do that as well. Only being able to go 5 innings in both of the first 2 games. I mean, obviously you'd love for marginal improvements, but beyond that, trying to sneak a game out here.
Popped foul.
And they got it.
There it is. That last
There it
bit of
is.
snow. Off the backstop.
It's like that weather yesterday never even happened. Don't tell that to the fans, though. They still got snow at their feet.
That one fouled off. Quickly 0-2. Here for Emma Cordero.
And getting out of this inning with just the 2 runs seems like it's a bad start. And obviously, you know, you don't want to give up 2 runs in the first inning. But the way that the offense has been going, I can't imagine you have anything but utmost confidence in your ability to close that margin quickly.
Another pop up. This should get him out. Tough one in the sun. Blazchak has it for out number 3. So the Wolves get 2 across the plate. Gotta believe, obviously, like you said, not wanting to give up the first 2 runs, but considering where the base runners were, maybe feeling pretty decent to get out of there with just 2 allowed.
Yeah, it feels like with the bases loaded and nobody out situation in that inning that you're kind of escaping with minimal amount of damage with just the 2 runs. And, I mean, a 2-run deficit, you consider the fact that MSUB had a 12-run inning in that first win of this series, and in the win in game number 1 of this doubleheader today, they had an 8-run first inning and then even a 4-run second inning. So any one of those innings could easily not only get them back into this game immediately, but get them the lead back. So chance here to try and get that offense going once again.
Absolutely. Elsewhere in the field for the Jackets before we get to Western Oregon, no real lineup changes other than, of course, the pitcher, Emily Waters, getting the start in the circle. Kaylin Galvin's the catcher. First base is Jazzy Kalahua-Vehi. Second base is Lauren Blazchek. Third base, Avery Gray. At shortstop, Kennedy Dipwick. Left fielder is Bryn Lucht. Center fielder is Marley Nieto. And in right field, it's Winter Hurst. Grace Hood with the DP duties this afternoon.
On the mound here for Western Oregon, Kennedy Abbas, sophomore from what I learned, the Dallas, Oregon, which there is also a Dallas, Oregon, so that kind of caught me off guard. I'm learning new things about Oregon every day, but
Just learned something new.
Eastern Arizona transfer. So far this season, this will be her 21st start of the season, 25th appearance, 119 innings, 4.53 ERA on the season. She has thrown 12 complete games and 2 shutouts this year.
Her inning total, if memory serves, leads the GNAC. Her start in game 1 of this series, just 1 total inning, 4 runs on 4 hits. Did strike out 3 in that effort. First, Nieto, that one in the air, center field. That one's going to get out of here. Marley Nieto taking it out of the yard. Leadoff home run for the Yellow Jackets.
Wow, how about Marley Nieto? I mean, that thing just kept carrying back Zimmerman. It looked like she had a beat on it. I thought she was going to have that 4 or 5 steps away from the fence. It just kept on going. She just kept her glove up the whole time, and that thing just continued to float out there. I tell you what, if she hits that ball in Bellingham in the last series, that thing is a can of corn to center field. But, I mean, you get back to Billings, and all of a sudden you get some extra carry and a little extra help there. How about that? I mean, that's normally Nieto, you're expecting to get on base, to get a base hit, just such great bat-to-ball skills, but showing off the power right there.
First pitch to Kaylin Galvin on the outside edge for strike 1.
Doubling her home run total on the season. That just her 2nd home run, but what a moment for it. Already cutting the lead in half.
Jackets again with the strong start. I think just what you're looking for after giving up those first 2 runs.
And when you look at Abbas, I mean, a pretty solid, respectable season, 4.53 ERA. But it's been a little bit of a rough stretch for her recently.
And Galvin laying off that one for strike 2.
She threw her last complete game shutout on March 23rd against Simon Fraser. And what was a stretch of 3 complete games, 21 innings pitched, 3 earned runs over that stretch.
That'll be outside, 2-2.
And since that last complete game shutout and that hot stretch, 6 games, 24 innings pitched, 30 earned runs. She's walked 14 and 9 strikeouts, 3 homers, 14 extra base hits. She's gone over 100 pitches just 1 time.
That one into left. That'll get down. So Galvin with the single. Maybe could have stretched that into 2. Skipping away from Ronning there at second base. Easy to say that sitting up here, though.
Yeah, and I mean, now you have to face Bryn Lucht, who, you know, in that first game of that doubleheader today, didn't do as much damage as she did in the first game of this series, but she was still 2 for 3, a walk, a couple of RBIs.
First pitch, outside, ball 1.
And I mean, the way that she's going this season, just 2 singles, a walk, just 2 RBIs, this feels like a great success for opposing pitching.
And the 1-0 swung on. That's in the air. Shallow right. Caught for out number 1.
And she just got jammed up that time, and there was just nothing she could do, trying to punch that into right field despite it being in on the hands. And
Tough break there for Western Oregon. Throw back to the pitcher ends up over by the MSUB dugout, so Kalen Galvin does slide up to second base.
First baseman number 28, Gabby.
And in that first game, I mean, when you look at it offensively, it doesn't seem like MSUB, when you only look at the box score, did anything crazy the way that they were actually out hit 11 to 10, but there were a lot of walks, hit by pitches, defensive mistakes from Western Oregon that helped set up opportunities for MSUB to come through.
Walks, hit by pitches, a couple of errors from the Wolves. Had a handful in game one as well. That's certainly been a problem. A couple of chances to get out of innings, get some outs, and just some self-inflicted wounds as well. And the 0-1 to Kalahuavehi outside, ball one.
In game one of this doubleheader, Kalahuavehi with a walk, 0 for 3, but did also get on base on an error, which that run, of course, eventually coming around to walk it off for MSUB.
In there for strike two. So Abbas could pitcher's count here as they're down 1-2. Kalen Galvin out on second base, one out. That'll be outside for ball two.
Just need a base hit right here to tie. Already shrinking that gap.
That one gonna get good catch over the shoulder. Throwback to second for the double play. So instead, Western Oregon gonna get out of it, just giving up the one run. Lauren Maurer, what a catch over the shoulder and great throwback to second.
The Yellow Jackets get one run on 2 hits. There's one error.
Just a really tough break right there. I mean, that time you're just trying to get a read on that pop-up, and unfortunately, it looked like Galvin was starting to retreat to second base. It looked like to everyone in the ballpark, including myself, that was going to get over the head of the shortstop Maurer that time, the way she was angling out, and she just makes a ridiculous over-the-shoulder catch, and at that point, it was an easy two.
And with that, we'll head off to the top of the second. And with Kalen Galvin's throw down to second base, we are set to go here in the top of the second. Lexi Carlos has the leadoff. It's hitting an even 200 on the season.
Had a double in game one of this doubleheader.
Waters first pitch in ball one. No, they're going to say that hitter.
Oh.
So Carlos first pitch, hit by the pitch. She'll take first base. And out of the 9 spot with Lauren Maurer. Just had that beautiful over-the-shoulder catch a couple of moments ago.
Really nice defensive play by Maurer. Had a double in game one of this doubleheader. So it's been pretty good contributions from their 9-hole shortstop so far today.
First pitch, good movement there for Waters. And pulled back the bunt on the pitch upstairs, 1-1.
A lot of bunting going on for Western Oregon. That has been a huge part of their game plan. Despite them smacking multiple doubles in that first game of this doubleheader, they still just continuing to stay true to their strategy here.
Getting that one down, Waters tosses to first. Maybe caught in the rundown back in time. Maybe a little close for comfort out there on second base, but no harm, no foul for Lexi Carlos.
Base running aggression has certainly been there for Western Oregon so far.
Center fielder
Saw them getting really
number 41,
aggressive, taking up on a couple of 2-out fly balls just to try and move up a little bit further.
First pitch to Victoria Zimmerman in for strike one. 1 for 1 in this one. Got that single to left field to start things off. Rare lefty versus lefty matchup. Bunt popped up. Going to get foul.
Great start to this at bat. Get a couple of quick strikes, get it pop up the bunt. Look at the first inning, both Zimmerman and Gaboriel, the 1 and 2 hitters, with base hits down that left field line to get things started. Trying to bunt right there, now in an 0-2 count, probably swinging.
And lays off one outside, ball 1.
Or maybe going for the drag technique right there. Starting to bail out of the box a little bit.
Swinging, that one's foul. So the 1-2 count to Zimmerman, runner on second base. One away here in the top of the second. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Waters' first strikeout of the game for out number 2.
Yeah, how about that? First strikeout of the game. And Waters, I mean, if she starts to get rolling, she can really get rolling. Season high strikeouts, 12 Ks back on February 28th against Central Washington. I mean, the upside of the stuff is certainly there. The aggression is obviously there.
First pitch to Aaliyah Gaboriel, fouled off.
Talking about that aggression, a lot of heavy bias on my part, but a 4-year wrestler throughout high school, Waters. A lot of bias on my part towards those wrestlers.
Don't wrestle unless you have some aggression, so going after hitters, not a problem. And quickly down 0-2. Taking ball 1 there for Gaboriel. So now to a 1-2 count. Still a good spot for Waters. Got her swinging. Fought that one off.
Definitely having to work pretty hard to get these 1 and 2 hitters here in game number 2 of this doubleheader. Zimmerman putting up a fight with 2 strikes. Gaboriel here.
That one's down low for ball 2.
After both getting singles in their first at bat. Getting eventually the strikeout of Zimmerman, but still just having to work with 2 strikes. Trying to execute that payoff pitch.
They're going to check the swing. A little close. That'll miss inside, ultimately for ball 3. And the payoff for Emily Waters with 2 gone. That one on the ground. That'll get through into center. Nieto, quick throw. Going to hold that runner at third. In the meantime, though, Gaboriel is going to advance to second on the throw.
Yeah, and I think you understand where that throw home sort of comes from, but they were holding all the way over there at third base for Carlos, and so obviously that throw home allowing Gaboriel to move up into second base. Probably would have liked to see that throw come into the cutoff, potentially cut that runner advancing off that situation.
First pitch to Kate Ronning in for strike 1.
But with 2 outs, of course, could nullify all of that with 1 pitch.
That's up for ball 1. So a couple of hitters in a row here. We've seen Waters get ahead with a first strike See if she can get ahead again here. Good pitch there on the outside edge for strike 2.
For someone like Waters, who has so many strikeouts this season, can't explain enough just how important those first pitch strikes are.
That one fouled off.
Just the ability to get ahead, be able to, with 2 strikes or ahead in the count, be able to waste some pitches, not worry about throwing a ball. You have the chance to try and draw out a chase without fearing allowing that hitter back into a hitter's count because you're aggressive and get ahead.
And now the 1-2. Swinging that one line into right. Hurst has it. Nice catch. Looking straight at the sun for that one. Putting it away. So nothing across the plate for the Wolves here in the visiting half of the second. We'll head off to the home half. Lauren Blazchek leads it off. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Bottom of the second, Lauren Blazchek leads it off for the Jackets.
Number 7, Lauren Blazchek.
Deficit still stands at 2-1. Longest Western Oregon lead we've seen in this series. First pitch to Blazchek in for strike 1.
Blazchek 0 for 3, but did have a walk in the first of this 2-game doubleheader.
Nearly had that home run to right field, missing the foul pole by about a foot. Next one's out. Ball 1.
Talk so much on this senior day about Blazchek being a senior, 3 seniors in this lineup, but then you look around the bottom 3 in the order, see 3 freshmen, obviously. Bryn Luck, just a sophomore.
And in for strike 2.
You talk about the historical potential of this game and the rest of the season for Luck, for Winter Hurst, both just sophomores. The 3 other freshmen in this lineup, still so much youth, so much potential for this lineup outside of the seniors, but still such a big impact from those 3 seniors.
And now back even at 2-2 for Kennedy Abbas. Whereas back in game 1, we saw Western Oregon's starter get chased in the first inning. That one foul tip staying alive there for Blazchek. And a little concerned that they were going to start dipping into the bullpen, start maybe getting all forearms working. Not the case. Alyssa Fulmer finished it out. Officially, I believe, the complete game effort for her technically, considering she recorded all MSUB out. And with a fresh arm and one potentially waiting if need be for Western Oregon. So a good job by Fulmer in game 1 to lock it down. And Blazchek flying out there to right field. Leadoff hitter is retired.
This is a pretty fun pitching matchup, too, because when you look at Abbas and Waters up there, they came into this game tied with each other for 4th place in the GNAC in strikeouts. So 2 of the top strikeout pitchers in the conference currently just vying for that spot. And Waters, with the 1 strikeout right now, has the lead back. So fun little rivalry to watch there.
And with 1 out, Winterhurst to the plate. Hitting .330 on the season. And that one's outside. Ball one.
Still searching for that fifth triple. Hard thing to come by. Fortunately, the triple, just such a polarizing type of extra base hit. You think about the luck involved with trying to get one of those. Of course, it involves some speed. You have to be able to either get it in a gap or down in the corner, but there's always just luck involved, dimensions of a ballpark, you just never know. Fielders out there, so much goes into it,
That one's fouled back.
but still impressive nonetheless.
Absolutely. Now a 2-2 count. And I know we talked about, being aggressive as a pitcher, but as a base runner, certainly it takes that confidence to know you're going to turn second base.
Yeah.
And you're going to beat that throw to third.
Yeah, it's definitely a mentality, knowing what you're going for right out of the box.
Swinging on that one. That should find a gap. Down there, shallow right center. One out single there for Winterhurst.
Good to find that little Bermuda Triangle out there in shallow right center field, especially after getting doubled off on a similar ball into left center in the first inning. You get it right there. Get a base runner here.
The DP number 15, Grace Hood.
Grace Hood with the home run, second of the season, earlier today.
Effort under player of the game honors. Takes strike one there. Hurst aggressive over there at first base. Wouldn't be surprised to see her move. Try and get this tying run up into scoring position. That one's up and out. Ball one.
Mentioned that Hood was one of two hitters in this lineup that had a slugging percentage below 500 in that first game, and now with her home run, taking a ball there, is now actually above it. So now just one remaining below 500 slugging percentage. So much power.
Good job there pulling up on that swing. Now the 2-1, that's inside, ball three.
Chance to get yourself into a 3-1 count and not take one off the ankle.
Always a plus.
The potential reason for dodging out of the way of that is, I might add.
That'll be up and away, ball four.
And that is a much less painful way to get to first base, so I do not blame her for getting out of the way of the last one.
So Jackets, pretty decent spot here. Runners on first and second, one gone.
How about Avery Gray? Came in that first game, came in on the mound, made an impact, shut things down, had a chance in that bottom of the same inning to walk it off, comes through with 2 outs, a runner on third with a walk-off single.
Avery Gray.
Doing a bit of everything in that last game for Avery Gray. Had a nice catch over at third on a line out as well.
Also had a couple of walks in that game.
First pitch, up and away, ball one. Grace Hood represents the potential go-ahead run over there on first base. Takes that for strike one. On the season, Gray's hitting 246. Working out of the 8th spot this afternoon. That's outside, ball two.
Pretty good splits as well. Only hitting 246, but the 333 on base percentage and the 508 slugging percentage, thanks to those 5 home runs, makes out for a pretty solid OPS overall.
That's fouled off.
Currently sitting at 841, the OPS. Anything above 800, and you're sitting pretty.
Pretty good.
So again, despite the batting average right around 250, very respectable. But even though it is a little bit lower, power still there, still finding ways to get on base.
And got her looking there for strike 3. Nice pitch for Abbas there on the outside edge.
Mentioned how she was tied with Waters coming into this game for strikeouts on the season, and we're back to that tie, so the duel continues.
Each now is 61. And Kennedy Dipwick out of the 9 spot. Foul tip there, 0-1. Hitting .309. Highest average of that bottom third of the lineup.
So important to have someone in that bottom spot of the lineup that can turn things over.
And that lined out to third base. So the Jackets get a few on base. That potential tying and go-ahead run will stay stranded. And Jackets back to the defense with the top of the third.
Signal Peak Energy.
Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Top of the third underway. Isabel Lewis in the leadoff spot. 0 for 1 this afternoon. Season average is .250. First pitch upstairs for ball 1.
Flew out to right field back in the first inning.
Fouls that one off. Back even at 1-1.
Lewis mentioned the .252 hitter coming into the game. 5 doubles, still looking for the first home run of the season.
And fouled off again. Now 1-2.
Not a crazy amount of power in this Western Oregon lineup. This current starting 9 here posted for game 2 of this doubleheader. 4 home runs combined.
Takes that one upstairs for ball 2. And fouls it off again.
Nine home runs on the season for Western Oregon as a team, looking at that power that we've been talking about. Last in the conference.
2-2. Hot on a line. That'll get through into right field. Throw to first. Tight play, but safe for Isabel Lewis. The leadoff single.
And, you know, sometimes you don't need power. I mean, we talked a little bit about the approach at the plate of this Western Oregon team. They're looking to go up there, bunts, getting runners in motion, being super aggressive on the base paths, just slap hits left and right, going the opposite direction. And they've been finding ways to do that here in this game.
First pitch there to Lexi Baumgartner, fouled off.
Even in the first game of this doubleheader, you know, they only managed the 5 runs. That the game only goes 5 innings, but still 11 hits.
And now the 0-1, getting down the bunt. Throw to first, got her. Throw back to second, Lewis back in time. So the sacrifice does its job.
Did his job there, absolutely, but a really good play on the mound that time by Waters, because as a left-handed pitcher fielding that, having to make that spin throw, you sort of lose where you are for just maybe a quarter second as you're spinning, then trying to make that throw, especially rushing, trying to field that bunt and make the play.
First pitch to Brooklyn Schneid, fouled off.
Good job staying composed, delivering an accurate throw that time. We're not talking about a fielder on the mound anymore necessarily, as we were with Gray for almost an inning in that first game today.
And that one in the air, center field. Nieto going back for it. That's going to get over the fence. So we talked about it. They've been content to keep it in the infield quite a bit. But Brooklyn Schneid taking it over the center field fence, giving Western Oregon a 3-run lead here in the top of the third.
Brooklyn Schneid takes the team lead with her third home run of the season. RBIs 11 and 12. And, just talking about how they had the lowest home run total in the conference with only 9. They get to double digits right there as a team with 10. And, dead center. It doesn't get much more powerful than that.
Catcher number 32, Emma Cordero.
And Emma Cordero, the next up, hitting 196 on the year. She's 0 for 1 in this one. Base is empty, of course, following the home run. First pitch outside for ball 1.
And this is the most adversity, obviously, that MSUB has faced so far in this series. So after a couple of blowout wins, a chance to really show your mettle right here.
Good pitch there for Waters. Got her swinging at one outside.
How can you bounce back and recover, try to win a game that might end up being a comeback effort, might end up being a much tighter ball game?
That one going to find a gap there, left center. Nieto pulls it off the fence. Good throw to keep that to a single.
Another really well-hit ball that time, and honestly so well hit by Cordero that she cost herself extra bases a little bit. Just hit that thing so hard that Nieto was able to get to it quickly enough to hold that to a single, which is pretty important here with just the one out. But all of a sudden, contact starting to get loud, and that's going to draw a mound visit here.
So chance for pitcher and catcher to talk things over. Galvin back behind the plate. Lexi Carlos into the box.
First baseman number 23, Lexi Carlos.
First pitch, up and over Galvin behind the plate. That's going to slide Cordero up to second base.
And so now it's essentially as if that gapper was a double.
So now with one gone, you got a runner in scoring position. This the best we've seen out of this Western Oregon offense. Quick throw in from Nieto is going to hold runners on the corners.
We were talking so much about this stretch, and especially in the last 3 starts for Waters, how lights out she's been. Really tough outing so far here in the first couple of innings in this one, but we'll see what happens. I don't think they're going to make a change right here, but just trying to calm everything down, take a quick breather. Still talking first and third situation here with 1 out, so maybe potentially some defensive advice as well. Will they throw down on a stolen base attempt? What to do on maybe potentially seeing another bunt?
It's been a tough outing so far for this Jackets defense. This third inning starting to spiral a little bit. Need to get things back in check here. Double play, certainly a possibility with that runner on first base. And back to the 9 spot with Lauren Maurer. That one outside, ball one.
Yeah, and kind of, still doing a decent job outside of this at bat of getting ahead. Plenty of strikes, but just such an aggressive approach from Western Oregon in this one.
Got her swinging there. Strike one.
Hitting everything. Everything's falling right now.
I think that's the biggest key we've seen. We've seen a lot of those fly balls kind of hang up there for Western Oregon. Jackets able to make plays on them. This one, a little more on a line. Of course, you get the home run. Good pitch there. Swinging for strike two. Strikeout will help your pitcher confidence-wise. Also, what a double play. Chance to get out of this inning. That's outside, ball two.
Yeah, certainly need a jolt of confidence. The one run right now, 3-run deficit. Strikeout just to try and reinstill confidence in yourself on the mound. Double play. Get yourselves out of the inning could be big.
Got her swinging there for strike three. Chasing one in the dirt. Good pitch there by Waters. And Victoria Zimmerman back to the plate, top of the order for Western Oregon.
We saw, too, how Alyssa Fulmer for Western Oregon that first game really had a tough couple of first innings. She was able to just start really rolling the last few innings she threw, and potentially looking at hopefully a similar scenario here for Waters. Tough couple first innings. Trying to just settle in.
And now the 0-1 fouled off. That one's going to hang, but going to get out of play.
Quick 2-strike count here on Zimmerman, who she did ring up last time up. This is her third at bat in 3 innings.
And now the 0-2. Just got a piece, staying fair. Throw to first, not in time. Great speed there from Zimmerman to leg it out. Did look like Gray had a tough time going from glove to hand with that one, but great speed there from Zimmerman.
Yeah, the speed's such a factor, even on a ground ball to the third baseman who's playing at the bag. You still have to be perfect with it. Just that one little bobble creates enough time for Zimmerman to beat it out.
And first pitch to Aaliyah Gaborialt in there for strike one.
Creates another bases loaded situation.
Tough spot. If we can point to a positive, getting some more of those first pitch strikes. That's on the outside, ball one. Good effort there from Galvin to try to frame that one. No luck, though. And the 1-1 movement on the base paths. Dipwick up with it. Throw to first in time. Beat her by about a step. So the Jackets retire the side. Western Oregon gets 2 more across on the home run. Out of a bases loaded jam for Emily Waters. And the offense with some work to do. Marley Nieto going to lead it off.
So right after this game.
Bottom of the third here at Avitas Group Stadium. Marley Nieto going to lead it off for the Yellow Jackets. They trail 4-1, the largest deficit they've seen in this series. Longest time into a game without establishing their lead. Down to the third inning. Wolves still holding it. Kennedy Abbas has been solid. And first pitch fouled off.
She had I mentioned it earlier, but Abbas had a 3-game stretch from March 18th to the 23rd. 3 complete games, 21 innings pitched, just 3 earned runs, 5 walks, 13 Ks. In that stretch, just 2 extra base hits.
And Cordero worked hard to frame that one. No luck. That was outside.
Threw over 100 pitches in each one of those 3 starts, so just kind of goes to show the dominance that she can have out there. She's on a roll. One of the toughest to hit out there.
And that one outside. Ball 2.
Obviously wasn't on that same roll the first time that MSUB saw her on Wednesday, but has looked much more like that so far. Still 3 hits and a run. Still trying to really crack.
And that one bounced to the shortstop. Quick throw back to first. Safe there for Nieto, beating it out. Maurer with a nice pick and a good throw. Nieto just a bit faster. Leadoff hitter aboard for the Jackets.
Yeah, and I mean, how about the change of pace right there? A solo shot to center field, and then in her second at bat beats out an infield single. The duality of a player out there is fantastic. Speed, power, combo.
So Kaylin Galvin the next up, taking ball 1 outside. She and Nieto had hits to start the game, and then Abbas retired 3 consecutive and has retired 5 of the last 7.
Yeah, really got a little bit rough after the first 2 in the first inning, but a chance now with over there on first base to start a rally again, and who knows, maybe you set things up for luck with 2 on. Things go differently this time around.
And that's on the outside edge for strike 2. One, 2 count to Galvin. That's outside in the dirt. Nieto going to stay put at first base.
Nieto 5 for 5 stolen bases this season. We haven't seen a ton of motion so far today for MSUB on the pads.
Swing fouled off. Count will stick at 2-2. Galvin hitting 300 on the season. She's left the yard 6 times. That one hard grounder gets past third into left field. Nieto turning for third. She's going to turn for the plates. And she's there standing. Kaylin Galvin, the RBI double into left field. And the Jackets trim that deficit to 2.
Had 6 RBIs on Wednesday, did Galvin, including that double and a home run. And continues just this hot stretch this season for Galvin. That her 11th double of the season. Team lead. And, yeah, she's been finding gaps and finding corners all season long. Galvin is now just 1 shy of cracking the MSUB single-season top 10 for doubles. 12 would put her in a 7-way tie for 10th. She would need just 1 more at her 11th.
First pitch to Bryn Luck, up and out for ball 1. She represents the potential tying run. None gone, runner on second base. That's outside. Ball 2. If you're the Jackets in this situation, I don't know if there's anyone else you'd rather see at the plate.
I think you said it best, but at the same time, with that base open right here, I don't know how eager you are to attack in a 2-0 count. on the mound.
And that one on the outside edge for strike one.
If you can pitch on the corners, you certainly would, but you don't have to offer up if you do get in a tough situation on the mound. Take your chances with just about anybody else, despite the depth of the lineup.
And that's what we've seen. We saw that one strike on the edge, 3 out of the zone.
And if you are lucked, all you can do is just, they're going to walk you, just take it. Just take your base, continue to create more traffic if they're willing to.
Takes that for strike two. Feel like we say it a lot when we do this, but no clock in this sport. I mean, you don't have to make up all these runs in one shot. You can get on base. He'll take it. She fouls that one off. Just got a piece off the end of the bat.
The numbers are certainly not bad by any means, but if there was one thing that luck you could sort of point to and say, maybe work on that a little bit, strikeout numbers a little high, but I mean, when you account for all the power in production, I don't think you really care.
And that'll be outside for ball 4. So good patience there from Bryn Lucht.
And I mean, patience like that at the same time, I mean, you're willing to take a few extra hefty hacks to try and smash a couple of balls around the yard when you still can have vision like that in a 3-2 count. That's just such a nice sign of maturity for a sophomore who's having such an amazing offensive season to be able to take a tough pitch like that.
And Kalahuavehi gets the bunt down. Throw to first. Going to get her. But you get 2 in scoring position out of that, doing just what you wanted with that sacrifice.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was just a perfect bunt. Deadens the ball, keeps it in a shallow infield. Didn't pop it up, obviously. With no outs, great play there. I mean, you're only down by 2 right here. Now you got a couple of runners in scoring position, no double play in order. Chance to chip at least one more off, if not get a tie here.
Chance for Blaszczak to add to that RBI total. She's at 13 for the year. 0 for 1 in this one.
Such a selfless at-bat there, too, by Kalehuavehi out of the cleanup spot, laying down bunts. You don't see too many of those.
And swinging that one into shallow center. Could fall. It does. Lucht kind of caught in a rundown here. Back to second safely. And in the meantime, Galvin comes around to score from third base.
Yeah, Galvin that time, I think she was probably going to score either way, but she got an excellent read on that flare out into center field. Unfortunately, Lucht got a little bit of a later read on that. Sort of got caught out in between second and third, but was able to hustle back into second base because the throw did go in front. So ultimately, no harm done.
Good job there to get back. And now Winterhurst. Swing and a miss for strike one. She is 1 for 1 this afternoon. Boy, looking at the top 6 of this lineup, very few under 300 for the year. Taking strike 2 there on the outside edge. That's a good pitch for Abbas. So good spot. You give up a run, but your next batter down in an 0-2 deficit. That's up and out. Ball 1. Swinging on that one. That one's going to drop. Force it second. No throw to first. No real chance to turn that double play.
Yeah, and a pretty decent read that time. Lucht able to get to third base, reading that was going to get down. Unfortunately, even though it was so softly hit, over there at first base, Blaszczak just had no choice but to kind of hold. Not sure if that ball was going to get caught. Didn't want to get doubled off, and ultimately the better decision because you don't get doubled off on a pop-up there, but even though that ball does get down, you still don't get doubled off in a double play because Hurst able to get to first in time.
First pitch to Grace Hood on the outside edge for strike one. Walked in her previous at bat. Outside edge again there for strike two.
We'll see what happens to end this bottom of the inning. But if your Waters going up to pitch again, you got to just be thinking 1-0 and your offense can mount this comeback easily.
Got her swinging there for strike three. So Kennedy Abbas working her way out of a fairly tough spot. Giving up just the one. Giving up the 2 runs, rather. And the Jackets still trail by 1. Emily Waters back to the circle. Kate Ronning going to lead it off in the top of the 4th. Off we go, top of the 4th here at Avitas Group Stadium. Kate Ronning going to lead it off for the Wolves. They lead 4-3. First pitch down for ball 1.
Could really use a quick inning these first 3 innings. Giving up 4 runs as well as just so laborious the way, home runs, hits, hit by pitches.
And good first at bat there for Emily Waters. First hitter goes down on the line out.
Especially with the offense providing solo home run in the first, couple of runs in the 3rd inning. A quick 0 would not only be so big for the confidence of Waters, but also for the offense, knowing that as they continue to provide runs, their pitcher can shut things down on the other end.
Good pitch there, outside edge for strike 1. That's maybe the one concern here through 3 innings. Waters throwing 72 pitches. Like to see that be a little less as we move along. Good play there by Blazchek to backhand it and then turn to first.
Yeah, really nice backhand stop that time. Makes the throw in time. You get to do a little celebration out there, and all of a sudden 2 outs, nobody on here. Chance for a 1-2-3 inning. Huge momentum boost.
And Isabel Lewis. Pardon me, Lexi Baumgartner, 1 for 1.
You talked about that pitch count. Season highs 125 back against Black Hills State.
That one fought off. Now 1-1. Season Baumgartner hitting 250. Batted one in earlier in this one. Swinging on that one in the air, right center. That one's going to get out of here. Lexi Baumgartner takes it over that right center fence. And we touched on it. Western Oregon, not necessarily known for their power, but second home run of the game here for the Wolves gives them a 2-run lead.
Yeah, and her first home run so far this season. Second home run now surrendered here by Waters. And, all of a sudden you have nobody on. There's 2 outs. It feels like you're so close to getting out of the inning. And then that solo shot, it's not the end of the world. They do say solo home runs don't kill you. You're only still down by 2 runs, a chance to get out of this inning. But it always stings a little bit more when you were that
Hitter
close.
number 1, Brooklyn Schneid.
And then when you look at Brooklyn, Schneid was the one who hit the previous home run. Now back at the plate. Taking ball 1 outside. That one lined into left. That's going to get down. Lucked. Plays it at the fence. Turning for 2. The slide, the tag, safe. So some good speed there for Schneid. Turning the double. And I think that's going to be it for Emily Waters. She's going to turn things over to Shelby Wazalewski.
Yeah, Wazalewski this season for the sophomore from Fox Lake, Illinois. In 2025, 10 appearances, 8 innings pitched. ERA coming in a little bit higher. Opponents hitting 463. Has 12 walks, 4 strikeouts this season. Hasn't hit anybody, so that's a big positive. In the last couple of outings for Wazalewski, 5 unearned runs allowed, but has not recorded an out in her last 2 outings. So obviously looking for a strong outing right here, trying to at least get 1 here to get out of this 4th inning.
And maybe worth wondering, her longest outing was 3 complete innings. That, of course, would take us, in theory, to the end of this one, but a lot of shorter outings for her. Got to wonder if this is maybe a bridge to another pitcher. Potentially, we could see Caitlin James again, or Avery Gray pitched
Number 32,
pretty short outing as well. Elena Troxel also hasn't pitched yet in this series. Gotta believe at this point, if she gets going on a good groove, they'll stick with it. First pitch, strike. That one upstairs, ball 1. Emma Cordero singled in that last plate appearance. That's up and out, ball 2. So the bulk of the damage, I was about to say it's coming through this middle-ish third of the lineup, but then when you look at the two at the top, they're both 2 for 3. That one popped. Nieto the catch out there in center field. That'll retire the side. So one more across for the Wolves here in the top of the 4th. They lead it 5-3. That solo shot from Lexi Baumgartner. And the Jackets, 2 more to make up. Avery Gray is going to lead it off. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Bottom half of the 4th. Avery Gray leading it off. She's 0 for 1 this afternoon. Had a home run back in game 1, though.
Struck out looking back in the 2nd inning. 1 of 2 strikeout victims so far in game 2 of this doubleheader.
First up for the Jackets is third baseman number 9, Avery Gray.
Gray working out of the 8th spot. First pitch up and out for ball one. Kennedy Abbas has seen that cushion increase just a little bit. A 2-run lead. And that one skips away on the called first strike.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about it so many times. Offense just so abundant in this series. It really feels like 3 runs on the board, but it feels like that sort of big inning that has come in both of the first 2 games of this series for MSUB is still sort of just lurking around the corner.
And that one up and out for ball 2. Truthfully, in my mind, the biggest difference for Western Oregon in this game compared to the first 2 in this series has been walks. It's just 2 walks to this point through what is now 3 1/3.
Yeah, I would say definitely just not as many mistakes, I think, from Western Oregon so far in this game. The defense has been much more sound. The pitching has just not given up as much for free so far, and it's presented less opportunities for MSUB to take advantage of. They've still created their own runs in this game. They just haven't had as many opportunities with runners out there, thanks to sort of just help from Western Oregon to create bigger innings. But they've still done a good job creating 3 of their own runs. But with Western Oregon's offense waking up a little bit in this second game, it has not been to the same result so far.
Now suddenly some of those bigger hits that the Jackets have gotten just aren't stinging the Wolves quite as bad. Of course, last game the Wolves gave up 9 walks. Well below that pace here so far in this one. Swing and a miss there for Kennedy Dipwick. Now 1-2 count. That'll be outside for ball 2.
And it feels like if you can just get on here out of the 9 spot, if you're Dipwick, you can kind of start a rally. Obviously, with the top 2 in the lineup, Nieto and Galvin, 4 for 4 with a home run and a double.
Swing and a miss there for strike 3. So Abbas really starting to heat up here. 3 strikeouts.
And this is where it starts to get dicey. Back in third, single double walk from the top 3 in the order. And as I just mentioned, 4 for 4 double and a home run from the top 2. Nieto already a home run today.
And that one up and in. Ball 1.
Home run and an infield single. Obviously scored on the home run, but she has scored both times so far. So as you would expect from the leadoff hitter, the main run creator so far today for the Jackets.
And that'll be outside for ball 2. Got her swinging there for strike 1. Swinging that one in the air, left center. Good jump on that one for Brooklyn Schneid, putting it away for out number 3. So quickly retired there for the Jackets. And the Wolves back to the offense with Lexi Carlos. And a little bit later to Vias Group Stadium. Off to inning number 5 we go. Shelby Wazalewski back to the circle. Almost a night and day difference for this Wolves team. Got their hits back in game 1. Defensively, though, much stronger. The errors haven't been a problem. They haven't really walked. Only walked 2. Have a slight edge in strikeouts right now at 3-2. And trying to work through the bottom part of this order. Been a bit of a problem. Carlos is 1 for 1. She's walked as well. Then you got to go back to the top of the order. Victoria Zimmerman's 2 for 3.
Lexi Carlos.
First pitch, Zimmerman takes a bounce. That'll be ball 1. And low for ball 2.
So far today, hit by pitch and a single for Carlos.
And missing low there for ball 3.
Yeah, tough count here. Bottom of the order has been dangerous so far today, but still want to attack the 8 and 9 hitters.
And got the outside edge there for strike 1. Carlos out of the box on the way to first. Instead, now a 3-1 count. And there for strike 2. So good job here from Wazalewski to battle back. Full count.
Yeah, working out a 3-0 hole. Chance to get the leadoff hitter here.
And that'll miss ball 4. Leadoff hitter aboard for the Wolves. Lauren Maurer the next up.
Carlos on base for the 3rd time in this game. Just the 1 hit, though. Maurer 0 for 2 today with the strikeout.
And looking like we'll get a pinch runner over there on first base.
Still looking for a number.
Pinch runner at first base.
As soon as we see a jersey number, we'll get a name on that. In the meantime, Lauren Maurer at the plate. First pitch in for strike 1.
Just such a tough angle. Just can't get the look at the back of the jersey. I want to say that it's 60. I want to say that's Jessica Morgan.
I agree. That one in the air, left center. That one's going to get out of here. So the Wolves' 3rd home run of the game. Make it a 7-3 lead.
I would have to do some research. But considering that there were 9 home runs coming into the game for Western Oregon, who came in at 12 and 33, which would obviously be 45 games, I have a feeling that if I did some research that this would be the new season high for home runs in a game for Western Oregon. But I cannot promise anyone that is true. I have not looked into that stat.
I would tend to concur on that. 3 big flies, and that is going to be it for Shelby Wazalewski. Officially a 3rd to her credit, and Avery Gray going to move to the circle.
I mean, for Western Oregon, that's 25. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say that. That is a 1/3 of their home run production coming into the game now in this game alone. I mean, we haven't seen this kind of power from this team all season long. Of course, this is their first time playing in Billings this season over there in Western Oregon, similar to the way that it is in Bellingham, Washington with Western Washington. You just think about the air, you think about the humidity, the moisture in the air. It's a little bit harder to hit a home run out there, but still, this is a big day for the power of Western Oregon, and they're really trying to get their get back right here. When you talk about the way that this series has gone so far,
Certainly has to be a confidence boost for this group. The other thing you have to look at, too, they have not won an away game yet this season.
0-16 on the road so far this season. It has really been a grind when they've taken to the road. MSUB has had similar struggles on the road. Do have a couple of wins, including that most recent one over Western Washington. But both of these teams have had their struggles on the road, and Western Oregon putting on their best effort so far.
Now, of course, a loss here doesn't doom the rest of your season. You still have a chance to make that GNAC tournament, but you would have to take, if the math tracks, you would have to take at least 3 games out of your final series against Northwest Nazarene. Can't get too far into scenarios yet with this one not complete.
It's a tough ask, too, just when you look at the struggles on the road, and a lot of pressure on that last series. But a comeback is anything far from impossible. I mean, the way that we've seen big innings, down by 4, we've already seen in game 1, 5-run inning, a 12-run inning. In game number 2 of this series earlier today, we saw an 8 and a 4-run inning. Any one of those would suffice.
Absolutely hard liner. Dipwick heads up there at shortstop. So the L6 going to start this one off. And back to the top of the order.
For right fielder number 3, Aaliyah Gaboriel.
Pardon me, now to the 2 spot. Aaliyah Gaboriel is 2 for 3. Good pitch, just missing the outside edge there. Didn't get the call there for Gray.
Couple of singles grounded out to Dipwick at short last time.
And got her swinging there for strike 1.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty.
Of course, the move over from third base takes Grace Hood out of that designated player spot. Now at third base officially. That'll keep Avery Gray's bat in the lineup as well. Good work there on the outside edge for strike 2.
I think the thing that I really enjoyed watching so far today in the 2 outings from Gray the most is just the fact that she's attacking. I mean, not worrying, not nibbling around the zone, just really forcing the issue.
And that one's going to miss for ball 2.
Doesn't mean you're going up there just trying to get a strike across and hope for the best, but not trying to be too perfect.
That one fouled off. That'll stay at 2-2. Also, second time today we've seen Gray come in, but with minimal warm-up. Just those 8 or so pitches they get to throw. No work in the pen for her. Nice play there at short by Dipwick. Throw to first in time for out number 2. Good fundamentals right there.
Yeah, absolutely fundamental. And I mean, just a normal ground ball to shortstop, make it look easy, not messing around. I mean, with the way that Western Oregon has been hitting the ball around the yard today, you can't mess around and be giving them extra outs.
First pitch to Kate Ronning is outside for ball 1.
It's been a very quiet day for the Western Oregon 3-hole Kate Ronning. I mean, hitless in the first game, hitless in the second game. Has been on base a couple of times, but
that's in there for strike 1.
you consider all the hits and the run production. It's just always strange when that production comes from other places, not really coming from your normal contributors.
And outside edge there for strike 2. So some good location here for Avery Gray. Chance chance to get out of this inning right here. 1-2 count. That one's upstairs, 2-2. Swinging, Dipwick. Another play, it's short. So all three going through the 6. Here in the top of the 5th. And off we go to the home half. Jackets, work to do. Getting a little bit late, 9 more outs. They're going to make up 4 runs. Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium. Bottom of the 5th. Kennedy Abbas back to the circle for the Wolves. That lead got a little bit bigger now, 7-3.
Galvin today with base hit and an RBI double last time up.
2 for 2 in this one. First pitch, outside edge for strike 1.
So often you just see those rallies start with something as simple as a walk, infield single, hit by pitch, just something minor, something small. Just get the gears in motion.
Absolutely. That'll be outside for ball 1. I think one of the more famous examples of that is the 2004 ALCS. The Sox down to their last out. They get a walk, and off they go to force game 5. And held up on that swing. That one outside. That'll run it to 2-1. Outside now, ball 3.
We're getting close to it. I mean, this is a really good leadoff at bat here by Galvin. You have Luck on deck. We talked about the depth, the length of this lineup. I mean, all it takes is one spark, and all of a sudden you could start a wildfire.
Takes that for strike 2. And big payoff coming here.
Anything could happen, but this could be potentially shape the inning, really.
And staying alive, foul tip. And that one grounded back to the pitcher, off the glove, throw to first. Not in time, so Galvin able to leg out the single. Just off the tip of the glove for Kennedy Abbas in the circle.
Yeah, that was a very hesitant, delayed, kind of just self-defense swing. Galvin looked like just committed at the very last second, just threw the bat at it, put it in play. And when you do so, I mean, good things happen. You hit it to Abbas out there in the circle and deflects off her glove. Good things happen. Just the ball starts to bounce around. That's why when we're talking about, you know, all it takes is just that one play. I mean, right there, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You just put a ball in play, good thing happens, you're on base all of a sudden, and that could be the spark.
One count to Luck. That one outside for ball one.
Fly out on a walk so far in game 2 today here from Luck. We've yet to see the power be unleashed here on this Friday.
That one down in the dirt. Ball two.
And I think that these Western Oregon pitchers have just been so careful, as you obviously would be with a three-hole who has the production this season as Luck does, but it feels like even more so has led to some walks, has led to some weak contact.
And the 2-1. Hot shot to third. Throw back to first. Popped out of the glove. Maybe fortunate there for Galvin. Looked like she was caught.
Yeah, they had her right there, and very, very fortunate that time that the throw a little bit low.
First baseman number 28, Jazzy Kalahuavehi.
And first one to Kalahuavehi on the outside edge for strike one.
Still looking for that big hit. Still looking for that first hit of the series right here.
Next one. Throw back to first. Galvin safe. Quick 0-2 count here to Kalahuavehi.
And sometimes when you're in a rut and you're struggling, you just got to find other ways to help the team. Last time, laying down a sac bunt to move 2 runners up.
And got her swinging there for strike three. And now to Lauren Blazchek out of the 5 spot.
Second baseman number 7, Lauren Blazchek.
She's 1 for 2. First pitch swinging, similar to her first hit. That'll get down in shallow center. Galvin holds up at second base.
Yeah, and I mean, when people look back at this box score of this game in the future, they're not going to say, hey, how come both of those base hits were, you know, weak, shallow fly balls into center field? They're just going to see 2 base hits, and that's all that matters. Moving the line now, runner in scoring position, a couple on here with 2 outs, and you give yourself another opportunity.
It's been where the Jackets have had that bit of success here, that just shallow kind of triangle there in the shallow outfield is kind of where they've made their hay so far in this one. Aside from that solo shot from Marley Nieto back in the first inning. And that one up and out, ball one. Winterhurst is 1 for 2. 2 gone, 2 on base for the Jackets. That's upstairs. Quick 2-out count here to Hurst.
0 for 2 today, but has found her way on base twice. Single and a fielder's choice. Back in the second and third innings.
And that's outside. Cordero, good work to keep that in front of her.
What an opportunity right here. I mean, if you're Hurst, it's interesting territory. You think you're going to get challenged right here and have a chance to really lay into one, or are you taking all the way to try and load him up for Hood?
And takes that on the outside edge. Now 3-1. So still a good spot here for Hurst. Something down in that outfield grass changes the complexion of this game quite a bit. And check the swing. That'll be ball 4.
Yeah, and I think that that's a tough spot too, because they wanted to check that check swing, but the base umpire over there at third base, a right-handed hitter, I mean, you're not really getting a
Can't
great
tell.
angle there. So you're not going to get much help on that one. So just, I mean, a really good job there. Holding off on that pitch. You get yourself to first base with a walk. You load the bases, move 2 runners into scoring position here. What an opportunity.
And first pitch to Hood outside for ball 1.
Walking a strikeout in this game, but
Really the first real dangerous spot we've seen Kennedy Abbas in this one.
we're only 1 swing away from a tie ball game.
That's outside for ball 2. Gotta wonder if maybe, okay, you give up a walk. Bases are loaded. Is this maybe where the confidence and the composure dips a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, in 2 straight balls now to Hood, potentially getting a little bit rattled out there.
That one on the ground at first, bounces through into right field. That'll score 1. Turning for the plate in there, standing is Blazchak. So 2 RBIs on the single there for Grace Hood, coming through in a big moment. Potential tying run now on first base. Winter Hurst over there on third with Avery Gray at the plate.
Yeah, critical base hit right there. Cuts that lead in half. And another big moment for the freshman Hood.
First pitch, strike 1. That's outside, 1-1.
Gray looking for some more solid contact in this at bat. Struck out looking in the 2nd inning and then popped out to the pitcher in the 4th. But has stepped up again here in this 2nd game of the doubleheader today as a pitcher.
Outside edge there for strike 2. For Gray, I know you touched on it. That slugging percentage up over 500 out of the 8th spot. Certainly a power threat. Got her swinging there for strike 3, though. So Abbas, again, limits the damage. That 2-run lead. Jackets back to defense, trying to keep this deficit where it is, 7-5 as we head to the top of the 6th.
We'd like to thank baseman number 28, Isabel Lewis.
Back to work here at Avitas Group Stadium, top of the 6th. Longest game we've seen in this series. Jackets taking both of the first by the run rule. Isabel Lewis takes strike 1. Swinging on that one. That'll get down in right center. Nieto's throw in is going to hold her at first base. And Lexi Baumgartner, she's been a problem in this one. 2 for 2, had the home run. Couple of RBIs. She's had a pretty good game here.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, Baumgartner really stepping up in just her 9th start of the season.
Likely to see more after this.
Yeah. Coming through with that first home run of the season, and I mean, this is her 23rd game, but just the 9th start. Plenty of or defensive substitutions, pinch runners. Get some kind of an update here. But
and we get a pinch runner over there on first again, so maybe opting for just a little more speed, trying to get another runner into scoring position.
yeah, pinch runner over there is Sierra Anderson. And fun note about Sierra Anderson, she's from Everson, Washington, went to Nooksack Valley High School. My uncle is the principal of that high school.
Small world in this sports world. First pitch. Second pitch, rather, up there for ball one.
I will be bringing that up to him. I have a very good feeling that he knows who she is. He's pretty in touch with athletics.
And the 1-1 bounced foul.
I mean, yeah, Nooksack Valley, just a fun place. I've competed in sports at that high school multiple times. Both of my cousins going to that high school. I mean, yeah, you said it, small world, but it was so fun to see a note like that, someone from up in Western Washington there.
As it sits for Anderson, no attempted stolen bases this season. Probably not what they're looking for necessarily.
Yeah, 11 games this season, no starts, mostly just a pinch runner. She's only had 2 at-bats this season, so really has just been used kind of in that capacity. This is her first season at the NCAA level, competing at Edmonds Community College last season.
That'll be outside for ball 2. So we've seen Gray do a pretty good job getting ahead in counts. Got her swinging there on the ground to third. Throw to second for 1. Back to first. That's not going to be in time. Good grab and throw there by Grace Hood over at third base. And never mind.
What?
Called her out. They're going to turn. Not sure what happened there. We got an out signal from the third base umpire. And about a third of that Jacket defense was off the diamond.
Yeah, I seemed like it was fairly. Oh,
Now the runner's off first.
so I guess they did give him the double play. I think the miscommunication was that was the third out, but it was only the second.
So now with bases empty.
I am fairly surprised by that call. But you will take every break you can get. What an opportunity now to work out of this inning facing the minimum.
Brooklyn Schneid grounds it to short. Diving stop there by Dipwick. Throw to first. Not quite in time. What an effort.
Amazing play that time. And honestly, when you talk about that diving play right there, you almost wonder if it would have been better to still have that runner at first base. She could have flipped that onto second, really completed the highlight, but still, I mean, amazing to complete that throw from her knees. And the nice short hop pick over there at first base too.
And that one going to get foul. Seen a handful of extremely good plays here from Kennedy Dipwick over at shortstop.
And that's why it is the premier defensive position.
And now the 0-1. That's upstairs. Now 1-1 to Cordero. She's 1 for 3 in this one. And that one on the ground to third. Should get him out. Throw to first. Good pick there by Kalahuavehi. Keeping that foot on the bag for out number 3.
Yeah, and another amazing pick. That's the second in a row, and another really good inning by Gray right there, just holding it where it was. The offense has another opportunity here to come through.
So, yeah, the deficit stays where it is. 2 runs. You got 6 more outs. Abbas going to get back to work here. Over 100 pitches. Nope, never mind. I spoke too soon. It looks like... Nope, never mind. My apologies, folks. She will get back to the circle. Just saw a new number over there.
They were trying to trick you there.
A little bit. It's like, well, the pitch count's up, but she's been doing really well. I mean, it's 100 pitches isn't... It's high, but certainly not as high as we've seen some go.
Abbas's season high pitches is 142 on April 11th against Northwest Nazarene. So, I mean, according to that, she's got some juice left. Yeah, I'd say she's fit to go the distance. I mean, this is her first season here. Last season at Eastern Arizona, but yeah, she will eat up the innings.
Especially in an outing like this. Yes, you've given up 5, but you've really been able to keep a Jackets team who's torched every pitcher they've seen. You've kept them pretty well in check.
Yeah, I think they have to be very hesitant to go to a pitching change. Have to be pretty pleased with what you've seen, considering, like you mentioned, the results of the other pitchers that have taken them out.
And we're set to go here. Kennedy Dipwick takes ball 1 on the outside. Said her name for a lot of defensive reasons. Gonna see if she can get her first hit right here. Get the Jackets going the right way out of the leadoff spot. Swinging on that one, foul back. Now even at 1-1. And got her swinging there for strike 2.
And again, just another amazing opportunity. You just feel like if you can kind of set the table for the top 3 of this order, if you are the bottom 3, that you have an excellent opportunity to score runs.
And that one's outside. Now 2-2.
Unfortunately, it's been a tough go for the bottom of this order in this second game. A walk and a hit from Hood, but the strikeouts have mostly come from the bottom. Especially tough for Gray and Dipwick so far. 3 combined strikeouts.
And make it 4. So they take down the leadoff hitter here in the bottom of the 6th. There's a positive here. The top 2 hitters, Nieto and Galvin, are a combined 5 for 6.
Center fielder number 12, Marley Nieto.
Nieto homered back in the first inning. Her solo shot certainly, of course, cuts into the lead, but I'd like to see her get on base here.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic shot to center field in her first at bat, but that's obviously not what you're expecting here in the approach. I can't imagine is that she's trying to go yard. I mean, trying to just spray the ball.
And that one outside. Ball 2. Ball 1, rather.
Create opportunities where the real juice, the real power coming right behind you with Galvin and Lucht could take advantage of you just getting on base.
That one bounced. She'll be safe at first base, able to leg that one out. Tough time picking that one at short there for Maurer.
Yeah, and it feels like we've seen a lot of infield singles so far today, and that just kind of goes to show the speed so far. I mean, there have been certainly a few defensive miscues in this series and today, but the speed for both these teams is certainly evident. And for Nieto right there, that her second infield single to go along with the home run, just so polarizing. It's really fun to watch.
And Kaylin Galvin takes strike one. She is 3 for 3.
And she also had an infield single in her last at bat.
Batted in one. She represents the potential tying run. That's way outside. That's going to get Nieto to second base, taking a hop off Cordero's glove behind the plate.
That's one of those breaks that we haven't really seen so far in this game. We saw a lot of it in the first two games, wild pitches, walks, hit by pitches, errors. But so far, despite giving up 5 runs, despite giving up 10 hits, we've really seen Abbas be able to control it by just not giving them anything free like that until now.
That's a difference maker. That's in the air right field. That'll be out number 2. So for Bryn Lucht, if ever there's a time, your chance to tie this game with one swing of the bat, it'd be home run number 15.
Yeah, I mean, here's an opportunity for you if you're Bryn Lucht. It's been an uncharacteristic game here, and she had a couple of hits in the first game earlier today, but still, didn't really see that power yet. We've seen a fly out. We've seen a line out.
First pitch, missing outside for ball 1.
We'll see if she can connect and just, home runs are great. Finding a gap just as suitable. I mean, obviously a chance here with this much power at the plate to tie the game with one swing of the bat, but.
And that on the outside edge there for strike 1.
I think if you're Lucht, you're just thinking gap to gap. Right here, you're not really ever trying to hit a home run.
That's outside for ball 2. That'll miss outside. Now 3-1, so a good spot here for Lucht.
It's also, us just talking about her just coming up with a home run right here, I can't imagine. Still just sophomore, but handling so much pressure out there just with the output.
Certainly that'll miss outside for ball 4.
Yeah, and they just continue to work around her. Why even challenge her? There's no point, really. But, another opportunity here for Jazzy. What an opportunity. Again, you're talking about senior day here. Another opportunity for her or Blazchek on deck for a senior to come through.
First pitch outside for ball 1.
Sometimes the stories just write themselves, and so we'll see.
That's the beauty about sports. They always do. And the 1-0. Catching the outside edge. Now back even at 1-1. What a story it would be. She's had a bit of a tough series. Chance to get a huge hit right here. That's out. 2-1.
Mentioned it again, but just it's been a rough stretch since that 5-hit game she had that set the program record for hits in a game, and a chance to really break out.
Got her swinging there for strike 2. Yeah, this feels like a real momentum pivot moment. Chance for Abbas to get out of the inning. Chance for Kalahuavehi to deliver in a huge way. And taking that outside for ball 3.
Set the runners in motion here. It's a big advantage. All of a sudden, if you find a gap, you can tie this game up.
And the payoff. Got her swinging for strike 3. Throw down to first. And that is going to do it for the 6th. So Abbas able to keep it where it is, 7-5. And for the Jackets, the mission stays pretty much the same. You just got to keep this a 2-run ball game.
And just a reminder, right after the game, we will recognize all 5 of our seniors. So stick around after the game.
Welcome back to Avitas Group Stadium, top of the 7th. Jackets trying to keep this a 2-run game. Wolves trying to add some insurance.
First baseman number 23, Lexi Carlos.
Lexi Carlos going to start it off out of the 8th spot. 1 for 1 officially. First pitch up for ball 1.
1 for 1 officially, a walk, a hit by pitch as well. It's just been one of those days, and that's kind of her MO, is just finding ways to get on base. Not a huge slugger, not crazy power.
And got her swinging there for strike 1.
But especially at the bottom of the order, if you can just make a living finding ways to get on base, set the table for those who come after you, I mean, if you could do that, play some solid defense, and have some energy in the clubhouse, I mean, you're talking about a very, very key member of the team.
It's maybe not something that gets all the attention, all the glamour, but if you can get on base, you'll always have a spot in the lineup if you can find ways to get on base. That one's outside now, ball 3. So for Gray, needing something through the zone here. Don't want to lose that first hitter to a walk. Good pitch there for strike 2. That looked pretty good. Carlos was a quarter of the way to first base.
It's always a tough one to lock back in after you are already mentally out of the at-bat and on first base.
And now the payoff. Swinging on the ground to third. Hood up with it to Kalahuavehi at first. 1 gone.
Hood has done a pretty nice job since coming in over at third base. And that time, I mean, a really good job, too, just tracing that ball into the 6 hole, cuts it off, and creates a shorter throw.
Shortstop number 12, Lauren Maurer.
Great job over there at third base.
Lauren Maurer hitting career home run number 2 in her last at-bat.
First pitch to Maurer in there for strike 1.
I mentioned in the first game earlier today that obviously be seeing a lot of Lauren Maurer as just a freshman. And with that home run has certainly given MSU all they could handle so far in this second game today.
Another thing worth noting, Grace Hood came in as a catcher. And, of course, Kaylin Galvin filling that spot. Hood finding other ways to help the team, playing third base, designated player duties, whatever it takes to help the team.
And providing a bat, too, and it's so big. I mean, Galvin graduating, obviously potentially a chance to fill in at catcher next year. I mean, just doing what you need to do to help the team.
And that one fouled off. Lined over there to that left field fence. And now a 2-2 count. that'll go outside for ball 3.
Another big AB here with the top of the order looming. Another payoff pitch. Feels like there have been so many of these pitches that we could pinpoint in this game and say how pivotal they are.
And the payoff, that one's swing, and that's going to drop in the infield. And just a tough play. That was a tough one for Blazchek to make. So Maurer going to be safe at first. And back to the top of the order with Victoria Zimmerman. She's 2 for 4.
Center fielder, number 21.
If you get a positive out of that, of course, double play is an option if you can get a grounder.
Just such a hard person to turn up in a double play, though.
A lot of speed for sure. Gotta believe it's going to take a hard hit ball. Very hard hit ball. Pretty close to that second base bag. Make that first throw nice and easy. And instead, line there into left. Locked diving grab. Quick throw in. It's going to hold that runner at first. So Bren Locked coming up with a big catch for out number 2. And potentially a pinch hit situation here.
Yeah, they're pinch hitting right here. Maddie Doig, who started the first game earlier today.
Been a tough afternoon for Kate Ronning. 0 for 2 in this one. Not typically what they're used to seeing out of their 3-spot hitter.
Yeah, deciding to make the move to pinch hit for Gaborialt right here, who had a couple of hits earlier in the game. In game 1 earlier today, Doig 0 for 3.
First pitch, outside edge there for strike 1. And fought off there. So quickly 0-2 here to Doig. 2 gone, that runner on first base. Again, the name of the game here for Avery Gray is just get through this inning. And the 0-2. That one on the ground. That's going to get through into left. Turning third. That's going to score that runner from first base. Lauren Maurer coming all the way around. 2-out RBI double there for Maddie Doig. So a good call on the pinch hit.
And that right there would be why you do go to the pinch hitter. And I mean, I thought it was a curious move at first with Gaborialt having a 2 for 4 day in this second game, having a fine day overall. But they end up going with Doig right there, despite the 0 for 3 in the first game, and she steps right up, rips one down the line, drives in another run, gives Western Oregon another run of cushion here, and still a runner in scoring position with 2 outs here for Ronning, who got a good little conversation from head coach Ali Boytz before this AB.
First pitch in there for strike 1.
Probably just calming her down. Honestly, in that moment, you honestly just remind your player how good they are. I mean, sometimes the confidence can get down. You have a tough day over 2 games. But what an opportunity here for her.
That one's down for ball 1. As we sit 8-5, Wolf lead.
3 runs far from insurmountable. Gray could just get through this inning. An extremely respectable performance from her.
That'll be outside now, 2-1.
Especially when you combine the 2 games that she's pitched in today. But this is the at-bat right here.
And that one bounced to third, foul. Probably a favorable bounce there for Ronning. quick enough there to third that's real tough to beat that out at first base. Instead, now a 2-2 count. AB still alive. Check the swing on the one outside. That'll run it full.
Isabel Lewis waiting on deck. Has a couple of hits today.
And the payoff. In the air, left field, foul.
Yeah, and she got her hands through really quick on that one. Stayed connected. That was her best swing of the day, I think. And unfortunately, she was a little bit early to that party. But if she can just stay back, I mean, she really put all the mechanics together on that swing. And it'll be interesting to see what Gray challenges with here in another 3-2 pitch.
And the battle continues, at least for one more. Down for ball 4. So now first and second, still 2 gone here in the top of the 7th. Kaylin Galvin out for a chat. And Isabel Lewis waiting. She is 2 for 4. Every Wolf in the lineup has a hit. Ronning the only one without it. But that walk keeps the inning alive. Puts another runner on base.
Isabel Lewis.
And now Lewis, 261 on the season. First pitch, lined into left. That's going to get down. Locked up with it there. Quick throw is going to hold the lead runner at second. But Gaborial's around to score. And make it another 4-run deficit for these Yellow Jackets.
Yeah.
And that's going to do it for Avery Gray. Maybe not. At least out for a conversation, though, is head coach Joe Yegi.
Try and get through it.
So probably just some words of encouragement there. So close. You've had this 2 outs for a little bit and had a couple of hitters on 2 strikes. And now Lexi Baumgartner.
Next up, the DP number 18, Lexi Baumgartner.
Couple of hits for her today, including a 2-run homer. First pitch, up and out for ball 1.
Just need that one ground ball, one fly ball.
And that one's in there for strike 1. Got her swinging. That one will get through into left. Quick throw is going to hold the runners. Lead runner stopped at third base. Hit number 17 of the game for Western Oregon.
Yeah, and if things weren't falling before, everything is falling here in third game of this series.
And that is going to do it here for Avery Gray. Elena Troxel going to come on in relief.
Elena Troxel this season, junior from Arvada, Colorado. 14 appearances. This will be number 15. 11 and 2/3 innings pitched. 1-0 record. ERA sits at 10.8. 367 opponent batting average. 8 walks, 2 strikeouts. Has 1 save on the season. This, of course, a non-save situation, trailing by 4. Her last outing was on March 22nd against Central Washington. Didn't record any outs in that outing. Couple of earned runs, hit by pitch, home run, hits.
So Troxel coming on in a tough spot. Bases loaded. You need just one out to get out of here. First pitch in the dirt. Ball one. Brooklyn Schneid is 3 for 4. That's in there for strike one.
You said a 3 for 4 and a triple shy of a cycle.
And that one bounced to short. Dipwick, the toss to second. Blaschek has it, and that's going to retire the side. So Troxel in a tough spot. They're able to get out of it. They have 4 runs to score and 1 more inning to do it. Bottom of the 7th, Lauren Blaschek leads it off. Set to go, bottom of the 7th here at Avitas Group Stadium. Lauren Blaschek leads it off. Jackets need a rally. They need at least 4. Keep this thing going if they're going to pull out a win here on their final home game of the season. First pitch, swinging. That'll bounce it short. Throw to first. Not in time, so Blaschek legging out the single.
Yeah, and that was an interesting defensive play at short by Maurer. It looked like she went down to her knees to try and make a stop there, but it almost seemed like the ball was hit not as hard as she thought it was initially. So she was early. Then she tried to adjust, and she just couldn't quite make the play cleanly. Good hustle by Blaschek and a leadoff base runner.
And now Winterhurst, officially 1 for 2. She's also walked.
There's the infield single. I mean, we've talked so many times in this game about what could be the spark for that potential big inning that we've seen in games 1 and 2. And maybe that's it right there.
And that's in for strike one. It's really where the Jackets, we hit on it earlier, it's really kind of where they've made their hay in this game. It's not a home run to speak of except for that one in the first inning. Really not a lot for extra base hits to be had here for the Jackets. Hurst swinging on that one, bounce to short, throw to second, got Blaschek mighty close. But they're taking out the lead runner at second base. Now one gone with Grace Hood at the plate. She's got a hit, a couple of RBIs.
Check that. Third baseman number 15, Grace Hood.
Just trying to move the line here. Can't be the hero right now, down by 4. Got to pass the baton.
And that one on the ground to third. That gets through into left field.
And help from the opposition is certainly appreciated. I am probably putting that one down as an E5. We'll see what the official score is, but
that looks to be the case.
Pitcher number
Nope,
9,
now Hood
Gray.
officially 2 for 3.
they ruled a hit?
Yep.
Okay, well, we'll also take that as well.
First pitch, fouled off.
It's always a tough call on those runners. I mean, you're going for that forehand play, and I mean, it's certainly tough, but I think it's just kind of how, how much is the official score willing to give?
And Avery Gray now back even at 1-1.
So ultimately, it's their discretion. But, I mean, regardless, what an opportunity. That play happens. And now you have 2 runners on here, and you still can't be the hero. You can't really be a hero until one swing could tie the game, but just still trying to move the line.
And tapped foul. Probably a good bounce there. Rolled over that one.
But if you can fill these bases up and flip the order over, I think you have to like your chances.
If you can get back to that top of the order here, Nieto's 3 for 4, Galvin's 3 for 4. Takes that outside, 2-2.
And it means you need either Gray or Dipwick to come up in a huge spot right here.
Got to find a way on base. Outside, ball 3.
I would not expect any movement on the base paths, even in a 3-2 count, considering the deficit. You certainly don't want to run into an out there.
So now the payoff. Takes it for strike 3. And just like that, Jackets down to their final out. It'll be up to Kennedy Dipwick to find her way on base.
It's been a rough second game of the doubleheader. A line out and a pair of strikeouts in her last 2 at-bats for Dipwick. Went 1 for 2 with a walk and an RBI in the game earlier today, though.
First pitch outside for ball 1.
Obviously down to their last out, but it really does come down to this. This is your chance to flip the order over.
Takes it on the outside edge for strike 1. Swinging on that one, foul back. Now the last strike. Pressure spot here for Dipwick.
And this is where you got to take the Western Oregon approach and just get slappy. Just got to find a way to poke one somewhere.
That's in the dirt. Cordero, good job keeping it out front, so no movement. Now counts even at 2-2.
It's only 1 ball, but 2-2. A drastic difference between that and a 1-2 count here.
Feels a little better.
Less deception coming your way.
Outside for ball 3.
And now, here you go. I mean, the runners will be going.
Another payoff.
Comes down to this pitch right here.
Swinging on that one, on the ground to third. Throw to first. Got her. And that. No, never mind. They're going to say that ended up foul.
Oh, wow.
What a break.
How about that for a break? Okay.
So back to the box. Count's still full. Getting a second chance here. Up and out for ball 4.
Wow.
So instead, it's still alive. Bases loaded.
What a
for
turn of
Marley
events.
Nieto.
What a turn of events. To go from those 2 blowout wins to this game, I mean, what a comeback this would be on senior day.
What a thrill ride. Marley Nieto represents the tying run.
She's already gone deep once today.
First pitch outside, ball one. And now you're working to the top of the order. You can't work around anybody. That's going to score a run.
Yeah, all the pressure is on the pitcher right here, and that's what you have to believe if you're in the box.
Swinging on the ground to second. That is going to do it. Western Oregon going to pull out their first road win of the season. And for the Jackets, they take the series 2-1. Your chance for the GNAC tournament is still alive. As it sits, Northwest Nazarene with 10 wins, MSUB with 8.
I will say a quick congratulations to Western Oregon on what seemed to not only be their best power surge of the season, but also their first road win of the season. I mean, 0-16 to be able to break that. I mean, really congratulations to them. It just shows you how tough it is to play on the road. So huge props to them for that. But
what a battle. Finding a way to win a game.
Yeah, I mean, you wonder what the series looks like if the game yesterday doesn't get canceled. You wonder if that plays into the standings at the end of the season at all. But ultimately, a series win is a series win. And
Certainly the case as things stand officially for the Jackets now. A split against Northwest Nazarene. The Jackets do have the tiebreaker there.
If you make your way down to the dugout on the left hand, on the third base side, we'll be getting ready here to start.
Needing to win at least 3 of those games in Nampa next weekend. If that's the case, each team would have 11 wins. Jackets have that first tiebreaker. Stick around with us here, honoring our seniors this afternoon: Caitlin James, Kaylin Galvin, Jazzy Kalahuavehi, and Lauren Blaschak. An absolute thrill ride here in this game 3. The Jackets took it down right to the wire, bases loaded. Unfortunately, the bounces just didn't go their way in this game 3. Western Oregon, one of their best offensive performances of the season. Limited mistakes defensively. Gets them their first road win of the year. They'll be in action to close out their season next weekend. And that is going to do it for our commentary portion. Senior Day festivities still taking place on the field. Luke, any parting words for the fans at home?
Well, I would just say sort of comes down to all that. We just talked about the road record for Western Oregon right there. It's been a little bit of a tough year for MSUB on the road, but if you could take anything into this final road series, it's if you look at the last road series against Western Washington up in Bellingham, you know, taking one of those and the way that the pitching was able to respond in that series against one of the best teams in the nation, a national runner-up from a season ago, I would say that that is encouragement enough, as well as just the continued offensive production in this series to give you plenty of hope going into next weekend.
Absolutely. So the Jackets will have to play it out in the final series of this regular season. We thank you for joining us from Avitas Group Stadium. He's Luke Westfall. I'm Travis Himmelsbach. We appreciate your company this afternoon. Until next time, go Jackets.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the field as we honor our 5 MSUB senior softball players. Our first senior is number 3, Caitlin Galvin. Caitlin is accompanied by her mother Lisa and her father Rodney. A catcher from Reno, Nevada, Caitlin spent the first 2 seasons with MSUB after beginning her collegiate career at Feather River College. In her time at MSUB, Caitlin has played in 82 total games, starting every game as she has appeared in as a Yellow Jacket. She entered today's games having collected 60 total hits at MSUB, including 16 doubles and 10 home runs, while having scored 50 runs and 35 RBIs. This season, Caitlin has batted .289 at the plate, collected 28 hits, 27 runs, 21 RBIs, and hit a career-high 6 home runs. Caitlin has also earned Academic All-GNAC and Academic All-District awards in her MSUB career. Ladies and gentlemen, number 3, Caitlin Galvin. Our next senior is number 6, Caitlin James. Caitlin is accompanied by her mother Wendy, her father Ron, her brother Ryan, and her boyfriend Caden. A pitcher from Quincy, California, Caitlin joined the Yellow Jackets after beginning her college career at Feather River College and has spent the last 2 seasons with the Jackets. Caitlin came into today's games having pitched in 57 total games for the Jackets, making 41 total starts. Caitlin has racked up 237.2 innings of work, including 19 complete games, collecting 8 wins, 3 shutouts, and a save in the circle. This season, Caitlin has appeared in 23 games, totaling 76.2 innings, while collecting 3 wins and 1 shutout. Caitlin has also been named an Academic All-District selection last season, while earning Academic All-GNAC honors this season. Ladies and gentlemen, number 6, Caitlin James. Our next senior is number 7, Lauren Blaschak. Lauren is accompanied by her mother Julie, her father David, her brothers Colton, Carson, and Devin, her boyfriend AQ. An infielder from Billings, Lauren has spent 4 seasons playing for the Yellow Jackets, coming into today's games having made 153 appearances and 150 starts. She's collected 138 career hits in her career, keeping a batting average of .299, along with 81 runs, 74 RBIs, 35 steals, 28 doubles, and 18 home runs. Lauren sits tied for first in program history for RBIs in a single game with 7, a total she set as a freshman, while sitting second in career steals, tied third in career doubles, and 8th in both career runs and walks. Lauren has batted .316 in the 2025 season, collecting 30 hits, 4 doubles, 3 home runs, 13 RBIs, and stolen 8 bases. She's been a 2-time All-GNAC honorable mention as a Yellow Jacket, while earning 3 Academic All-GNAC awards and 2 Academic All-District honors. Ladies and gentlemen, number 7, Lauren Blaschak. Our next senior is number 11, Madeline Elbert. Madeline is accompanied by her mother Jennifer, father Scott, grandparents Peggy, Linda, Bob, and Dave, and her dog Rizzo. A second baseman from Arvada, Colorado, Madeline has spent the past 3 seasons with the Yellow Jackets, competing in 37 total games and making 12 starts. Madeline has collected 11 runs and 4 hits, with 3 of those hits being doubles, and has stolen 1 base. Madeline has also earned Academic All-GNAC honors in each of the past 2 seasons with the Yellow Jackets. Ladies and gentlemen, number 11, Madeline Elbert. And a final senior is number 28, Jazzy Kalahuavehi. Jazzy is accompanied by her mother, Charmaine. The first baseman from Folsom, California, Jazzy has been a 4-year member of the Yellow Jackets, coming in today's game having played 145 times, making 129 starts. Jazzy holds a career batting average of .276, with her 24 career home runs ranking 8th in program history. She's collected 102 hits, 68 RBIs, and 35 runs at MSUB. This season, Jazzy has batted .293 with 24 hits, collecting 6 home runs, 9 runs, and 3 doubles, while setting a career high with 23 RBIs. She also broke the program record for hits in a single game this season with 5, tying the GNAC record as well. Ladies and gentlemen, number 28, Jazzy Kalahua-Vehi. And can we get one more round of applause for all of our 25 Yellow Jacket seniors? Yeah, let's hear it one more time. Big round of applause.